Exciting to come to the national capital to celebrate 250-year Army birthday and Flags Day and President Trump's birthday, all three events together.
We love you, we honor you, and we salute your noble service to our flag and to our country.
Anybody got a birthday message for Donald Trump?
Fuck off and die. I think everybody here's an idiot unless they support Donald Trump.
Yeah, you're a fucking goat, bro. You're a fucking legend. Shit, that's it, baby. Do your thing, baby. Make us money.
We got better things to spend $45 million on. They want to cut PBS now.
The white people here are either too happy or too angry. Who's the angry white man? I need good footage.
When these people are taking away rights from gays, women, trans, minorities, everybody else, they're the ones creating that war. Republicans are not American.
Well, thank you, Heavenly Father, for this day. We declare and decree that it still will prevail, Lord. We'll have victory in this nation. No insurrection, no riots, no disunity, no racism, none of that. We thank you, Lord, that there's peace here, Lord God. Protect our president and just protect the people of America, even if they don't support President Trump. We thank you that he's fighting for all of us, Lord God, and just continue to use him and have your way in this event and in our nation. In Jesus' name we pray, amen.
Have your way.
What's up, guys? It's Matt with Channel 5. We're in the nation's capital, Washington, D.C. We're here for the parade that's going to celebrate the 250th anniversary of the U.S. Army. It also happens to be Donald Trump's birthday. We were here also to cover the No Kings protest, but that has since been shut down by the organizers due to the fear that the military would be involved. So we're going to check out what's going on. Let's get into it. What brings you here today, man?
Protesting against Donald Trump and this bullshit. I thought we were supposed to be saving tens of billions of dollars, and here we are spending, what, $50 million on this parade? We imported half the military equipment that's here from Texas. That cost a fuckload. It's gonna cost a fuckload to fix all the streets. If these dipshits would stop doing it, we wouldn't have to deal with it. Democrats want to help everybody.
The ones who resort to name calling.
How about the fact that California and New York pay all the bills for your shitty red states? California by itself has the 5th largest economy in the entire world.
What's that got to do with anything?
The fact that we get all of the federal money from that. Nobody believes in states' rights versus federal rights. It is 100. Was I done talking? Why do you keep interrupting me? Can I finish my sentence? Are you guys afraid of what I have to say? So then why do you keep interrupting me? Can I finish an entire thought?
Because you haven't took a breath yet.
Can I? Okay, why does that matter? I'm in better shape than you are.
Oh, really?
Republicans are not Americans.
Yeah, really.
Only liberals can be Americans. Conservatives are piece of shit traitors.
I hate liberals like you hate conservatives, but I don't discount them as being American.
Oh,
I go.
Wait,
that's a lie.
Dude, damn.
Yo, put camera over there.
I would not want to be on the other end of that.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm proud of
Just a fucking moron. Republicans constantly talk about real America. Constantly talk about, constantly otherizing. Right? There's a real America and a fake America. This guy's a fucking tool. They all are.
my country. I love my country. We are united more than the left will tell us. And so having something like this to rally people together, I think that's really important.
We're big supporters of the military. We're big supporters of Trump. We're big supporters of America. And this is very much an American celebration, and we wanted to be here.
Do you think this is an efficient use of time?
This is a fucking joke. If you love the military and you're okay with this gross display of power and money, I mean, you're a fucking hypocrite.
Taxpayer dollars, do you think it's worth a $25 to $40 million price tag?
I think it absolutely is. I don't think there's anything wrong with having a demonstration of American strength and American pride and showcase our military to the world.
I think it's good use. It's going to make our army look good.
Trump wanted a military parade in his first term. He's a dictator,
jackass.
and this is what dictators do. He wants to stand up there and everybody praise him. There should be Meals on Wheels and cancer research for children, which has all been cut. So that's what we need to fund, and not military on the streets of America. Trump told Fox News that he wants everyone to treat him like Kim Jong-un.
He speaks and his people sit up at attention. I want my people to do the same.
Everybody adores him and loves him and praises him, and that is not America.
Oh,
obviously.
There's a lot of people that are trying to destroy this country from outside and within. And it doesn't do a bit of harm to show off a little bit of our abilities, and maybe some people could realize that we're not just going to get pushed over.
Bitch, it actually does a lot of harm. Why am I watching this fucking video? I gotta be focusing on building the stream, but holy shit. It actually does a lot of harm to the military. Makes us look like a fucking joke. Makes us look like the state of your fucking marriage.
The other thing of it is compared to all the things that go on in this country, what money is being spent here is a pittance. When you start adding up the things that Doge has found, all the crazy stuff with Social Security, fraud, all the stuff that's going on with the illegals and the money being spent there.
I don't think Doge is a real thing, but I will tell you that the real waste comes from places like Lockheed Martin, how they're able to get so wealthy off of the U.S. military. Some people even lose their homes over the U.S. forces, and even the people that can't even get the VA benefits are treated even worse.
There's always room for improvement, but I'm 100% disabled through the VA. Trump is definitely pro-veteran. He absolutely loves us.
We're learning the widespread layoffs by the Trump administration now hitting veterans.
They said Donald Trump doesn't support veterans. Our vice president is a veteran. How does that make sense?
Didn't Doge cut funds for the VA?
No.
VA jobs across the country are at risk due to government efficiency cuts.
When you look at what happens in the VA, we do not take good care of anybody, and that includes the veterans.
There has been cuts to the VA. Fortunately, you have problems such as, I believe it's Nashville, they're having orgies at the VA. No shit. Yeah, you didn't hear that? Orgies? Yes, look it up.
A VA medical center in Tennessee is under investigation right now.
So, cut my services, cut my benefits at the VA because there was some sex shit that happened at one VA in one town in one city somewhere in fucking Florida, of course. Oh, he's not cutting. He's not cutting. Number one priority for these pricks was VA. Medical. Anything that helps people. Damn it. Why? The only way this entire political movement keeps itself afloat is with lies and falsehoods. Oh, the left. The left actually has the exact opposite problem. Like the entire fucking collective left has like imposter syndrome. Like, what is freedom? What is liberty? Well, how do we fight? What is disruption versus chaos? What's a protest versus a riot? Meanwhile, the right wing just fucking the guy that assassinated one Democratic official and tried to kill another is a Democrat. Just stone cold Goebbels level lying. It's interesting how they're stepping into it. They're like, oh, this is kind of neat. Wow, just complete fabrication. What a cool thing. Yeah, Charlie Kirk over here. I don't care what the truth is, but this is what I believe. Why is he a Southerner? They're all Southerners in my head. Anyway,
lawmakers call serious sexual assault and harassment accusations troublesome.
We do not prioritize veterans as well as anybody else in this country as they're sick, homeless. They're just so poorly treated.
We were involved with a hurricane effort to rescue people in North Carolina to help people down there.
The Trump administration blasting FEMA after discovering a $59 million payment used to help house migrants in New York City hotels.
Money that was supposed to go to them never went to them. It was going to the immigrants, and so it was left to patriots like ourselves. Those people paid taxes in Carolina just like everybody else, but where did their tax money go?
Probably
that money was diverted and hijacked by the Biden administration. It was being put into the immigrants to stay at family.
Would you believe this is all a fucking lie from an uninformed dullard? Yeah, believe it or not. Yeah, of course it is. It's in my head. Okay. It's in my head. Why am I so goddamn annoying? Zombie. Hey, Strategy, you should probably check out. Aren't you from one of the Baltics? Where are you from? No, wait, Switzerland, Sweden? You're from one of the nicer countries, aren't you? Norway? Chem Goblin's link to the Czech movies is pretty cool. There's actually some really cool shit. Check out the Docs cinema section in the Discord. They're all subtitled. Some pretty cool shit. No, Netherlands. Yeah, one of the really good ones. One of the really, really fucking happy ones. You guys are so happy over there. Your women are so beautiful. You're all so healthy. Your country is so beautiful. It makes me sick. You're watching us wallow in shit like a person watches a pig in a pen. You're just like, this is disgusting. And you just bring out the popcorn. So anyway, I'm going to go have sex with my supermodel wife and go ski down a mountain drinking cocoa. You fucking... Isn't that what you do in the Netherlands? Or is that I'm thinking of Sweden. I'm thinking of Switzerland, dude. I don't know. What the hell y'all do up in the Netherlands? Do you have... Oh, wait. Is that clogs? You guys have the clog, the wooden clogs, and the... Yeah, that's like Dutch, right? Dutch. That's you guys over in the Netherlands, right? My grandma used to have a pair of those wooden clogs. I thought they were so cool. I think she visited.
Fancy hotels and lived the life of Riley.
Hey, what's up, people? Let's take a quick break real quick to see how the media has been covering the military.
We also have the tallest man, and to add insult to injury, we are the, what, top 10 largest dicks on average? Okay, shut the fuck up. What the fuck? Okay, give us a break, Netherlands. Yeah, we kind of have big dicks, too. I don't, don't hate me, but we kind of have big schlongers, beautiful women, happiness index through the roof. You know what? One of us miserable sons of bitches, we're just going to launch a nuke at you anyway, right? We're going to be nuking each other. We're like, nah, fuck the Netherlands, dude. We're just gonna, one of us is just gonna throw a nuke over there. You're not doing anything wrong. You're minding your own fucking business. We're just gonna nuke you anyway, just because we're so fucking miserable. No one's allowed to be happy. No one.
Need to apply, and if you're not a criminal, you're able to come, not illegal people.
So it drives me crazy, this whole thing. We're just for law and order. We're just for law and order. Meanwhile, for some of these people that have been here 5-10 years, contributing, no crime, and loved by the community, absolutely deserve to be citizens in every single way. 20, 30 years, they're being told in some cases to get a fucking hearing, right? You do all the paperwork, you show up to your court cases, you do everything by the fucking book. And just nothing happens. And then this bitch comes along. I want you to follow the law. Stop being illegal. Follow the law. Follow the law. They're trying so goddamn hard. It's ridiculous. It'd make you fucking sick how hard it is for an immigrant to get citizenship. Oh, we don't have room. We don't have room. That's why it's so hard, because we don't have room. No, actually, that's another lie. See what I talk about? You see, the whole fucking edifice of this entire movement is built on lies and falsehoods. Well, so's the left, not nearly to this degree. And like I said, the left is far more splintered and introspective. We got other problems. Mass cult-like delusion is actually not a problem on the left. We keep it too fucking real. We keep it too fucking real sometimes. Now, yes, of course, you can always find a fucking dingbat. You can always find a dingbat. But the problem is the left splinters because we don't want to be next to people that are not as well informed, I guess. There's better ways of saying it, I'm sure. I mean, I can see Trump do it. There's a hearing. Okay, what am I doing? Wasting time?
If you want to come in the United States, you need to apply. And if you're not a criminal, you're able to come, not illegal. Illegal people, we don't change the illegal law. If you're coming in illegal, you're making the crime.
They need to get these illegals out of here.
Terrorists.
Kill all terrorists.
Kill all terrorists. Do you think all illegal immigrants are terrorists?
Not all of them, but most of the fentanyl and stuff in California is coming across the border. That's where I'm from, and that's a huge problem over there, and we need to get that to stop. And the only way to stop it is get the illegal people out that are bringing it across the border. We need to close our borders.
No, we don't. Oppose the illegal crossing the border. It's unfair. If you come to America, you have to come legally like me. Not just cross the border and jump into the line. That's unfair to the people.
They'd love to. What do you think this woman would say to the clerk standing, with a fucking bulletproof glass in between her and this government clerk. And the clerk's like, yeah, it's going to be like 20 years. Thanks for your paperwork. Thanks for your form. We'll get back to you in 2 decades. Meanwhile, you spend those 2 decades in the country that you want to leave and just sit there and wait. Cross your fingers that you get lucky somehow. Oh, and by the way, no one gets lucky. That's what she's saying. She doesn't even know it. She's just so flippant. Why? Because she's pumped full of fucking propaganda, dude. She's pumped full of falsehoods. She, from her perspective, it's just so easy. Why don't you do it? Gee, why don't they do it? They work so hard. Why don't they do? Oh, they don't want to pay taxes. They actually pay taxes. Fucking people.
And in the lie, so I totally oppose.
I know so many Mexican people, who is over here before illegal, long time ago, and
God,
working nice and paying the taxes. There's people we needed. We need the farmer workers, the construction. I told you, American people doesn't want to work. I'm Hungarian. I'm making the wood job. I'm making furniture. I'm making gardening. I'm making cement. I do everything. Nobody.
Yeah, you do everything. You're even burning the bridge behind you. Great fucking job. Wow. Way to slam the door shut. Way to not take, as an immigrant, as an ex-immigrant yourself, way to not take the time to look up the process to see how fucked up it is right now. Way to live in complete intentional ignorance, and then you have the goddamn gall to dress yourself up in a fucking flag and march yourself down and tell people how to fucking think. Yeah, we should think like you dingbat. Welcome back, Simply Steve. God damn it! Why do I allow? I'm.
Work what I doing.
Damn it.
The American
So
woman,
distracting.
no, only go to the beauty parlor, gallivanting the friend with the restaurant and drinking wine all day or beer. I drinking water because American people doesn't want to do it. American people doesn't want to do the heavy, hard job and a dirty job. The people who is working the farm coming before 21, yes, because they working. They paying the tax,
Before 2021, so
yeah, 21.
During Biden's administration.
Yeah, before Biden.
Somebody come here under the visa. If your visa expire, you have to renew or you have to come back to your own country and reapply. You cannot break the law to stay here. You become illegal because America is a law and order. You have to follow the law.
Donald Trump is a convicted felon.
I believe that he's innocent. He's for American people. They don't want.
So that's great. So even when there's a language barrier, the propaganda breaks through. Even when there's a language barrier, the propaganda breaks through. There's, Donald Trump's a convicted felon. Oh, I believe he's innocent. I can't give you, I'm not going to, innocent of every single thing, huh? Every single one. Like the 31, 36 convictions, the impeachments, whole thing fabricated. Yep, that's what I believe. Can you provide a single shred of evidence for any of that? Because, we're talking thousands of people involved in a grand conspiracy. You know what I mean? Fucking JFK ain't got nothing on this. The amount of people involved in the conspiracy that she's describing. Nope, I don't have a shred of evidence. Okay. Why is it okay then for you to get indignant when I call you a dumbass? Right? Why is it perfectly societally totally acceptable for you to get a wild hair up your ass when I point out you're completely, totally fucking ignorant? Had pony when she was a little girl? You mean she was spoiled, entitled? That's a good point and likely true. If it's some kind of sexist thing, then just fuck off. But yeah, if that's what you're pointing out, yeah, that she's spoiled and entitled, silver spoon, yeah, myopic because of that, yes.
Him to be a president, so tried to kill him, but luckily God saved him and he saved America.
Do you think it's a good idea to negate all those student visas for international students?
I think most of the Chinese coming here, I'm not talking about all, but most spy. I'm guaranteed spy. They come over here and they steal the information and they come back home to do damage to America. So I agree that yank all the visa.
The Trump administration stopped scheduling new interviews for international students seeking visas to study in the U.S.
And look, here's the thing. Here's the thing about dumbasses in society, okay? And this is, and then I'm going to get back to this, making the stream. Here's the thing about these dumb people like this in society and in democracies, okay? They will always exist. They will always exist, okay? There's no amount of, convincing, right? Tie her to a chair and, because it's like when a person like this, it's kind of like Kanye, right? You treat contrarianism as wisdom. And you confuse the two. You totally confuse the two between like, I'm going against the grain, or like everyone seems to be thinking this. I'm unique. I'm going to think this. Oh, I heard something else about that, et cetera, et cetera. Makes you feel smart, makes you feel like you got control of something. They always exist. The only reason why the dum-dums have taken over the asylum, the lunatics have taken over the asylum, is because most people don't vote. Most people don't participate in this democracy. We've had higher turnout because, people are, kind of afraid, basically. I don't want to call them awake, but they're afraid. So that's the solution to the dum-dums, right? Because I hear sometimes lefties say IQ tests. Right? Some people shouldn't be allowed to vote, right? No. It's the exact opposite. Just like our free speech problem with oligarchs trying to control speech, right? We need more free speech, not more censorship. It's the same thing here. We need more democracy. Australia has the solution. Mandatory voting. I want my leftist candidates, when they're talking about electoral reform, I want them to talk about that because that's achievable. Third parties, trying to fix the fact that third parties are completely cut out of the United States, that's impossible in the current paradigm. Okay? Getting rid of money in politics, you're more, like Jesus Christ, like that's a fucking Everest-sized mountain. Of course we need to tackle it, and of course we need to talk about it. But passing a law, a mandatory voting law, that's a fucking executive order, bitch. That's doable. That's doable. And I think the leftists, the Mamdanis, the Zohan Mamdanis, the various, the AOCs, you know what I'm talking about. I think they need to be seriously talking about mandatory voting, because that's the panacea. That's the fix for the goddamn maniacs, the goddamn stupids who have taken over our democracy and driving us straight off a fucking cliff. With a big manic smile on their face. Okay? If you could really contextualize, like in a personal way, what these people represent and what they're doing to us in our country, it would horrify you. And she's just totally oblivious, walking into the goddamn void. They will always exist no matter what we do. How do we defeat them? Like in a moral way, how do we defeat them in a way that, even if they don't like it, they have to kind of accept it democratically. That's how we do it. Mandatory voting to get rid of the problem of the fucking stupids, right? Because we got who's Trump? Who's Trump but the fucking king of the stupids? The goddamn emperor of the fucking ignorant. Right? And he's her king, right? He's her king. God bless her heart, right? God bless her heart. I bet she's a great mom. Maybe she isn't. A lot of these people are selfish. Who knows? I don't mean to be judgy, but you know what I mean. Going way off the rails, God damn it.
Agree that giang all the visa.
The Trump administration stopped scheduling new interviews for international students seeking visas to study in the U.S.
I heard that there were some people in my school being affected, but not particularly me. My visa is totally valid within its expiration time, and there's no reason for it to be terminated. In a way that is not political at all, this kind of action will affect the institutions themselves and violate the law which this country is built on. So I don't think that will be the case.
There was no Kings protests planned for D.C., but a lot of them disbanded due to the threat of the use of the military.
I've seen a few people here protesting, and they're doing it nice and quiet. They're not raising holy hell, and it's fine. I've seen people wear shirts with no Kings on it, and that's fine. They're not disturbing any.
Yeah, and the whole 86-47, I don't know, you know, like I do think leftists need to stay away from the kill rhetoric. Even though it's totally obvious, like we have to, the leftists need to stay away from anything that even remotely gets close to hinting at death or killing of anybody. Okay? I know it's satisfying and catchy to say, but it's like a fly trap. You know? To the fly, the glue tastes sweet. Smells good. Feels good. Right? But once things get uncomfortable, you try to leave, you realize I'm stuck to a fucking fly trap. And I think that the kill rhetoric, right? That's why I talk about from the river to the sea as well. It's like, I know it feels good to say, and I understand that when the most leftists are saying it, they're not talking about, I would like to, I don't disagree with genocide. I just want to genocide a different side, right? Most leftists are not saying that when they say it. It's just, we're walking into traps. I'm just sick and tired of the left doing a better job than the right at defeating ourselves. You know, so any kind of reference to killing or anything, right? If you're saying 86 as in like the old 1950s, like, oh, we got an 86. I mean, hasn't it always meant kind of killing? Even like in the old gangster 1940s, 1950s context. So no, I think we should just stay away from anything that's like kill anybody. Oh, you're being a fuddy-duddy. Oh, you know, let the kids have fun. How about we don't give our enemies exactly what they fucking want from us? You know, how about we have a modicum of fucking strategy in how we purport ourselves? You know what I mean? Is that so bad?
Anything, you know, they're not burning down a building,
no offense,
a car,
Sippy Steve,
or whatever. But at the same
say
time,
what you want.
You know, there would be a military presence that would say, you know, look, you're not going to loot. You're not going to burn things.
When I saw bricks going through windshields and things like that, I said, they're going to get killed.
If we didn't send out
Property
the National
damage.
Guard, Los Angeles would be burning right
They'll
now.
always say
Somebody
that.
had to do something
They
to
always
step
say
in and
even
make
when
sure
there
that they
isn't
stay
property
safe.
damage.
And I felt like Trump did what he had to do.
Okay.
I don't fault him for it at all. A lot of people are saying,
Don't let these stupids with their stupid fucking opinions about bricks and shit get you down, right? Because even, as we've seen with the BLM, right? What do they say? BLM, all riots. They were all riots, 100%. You know, 101% all riots. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that, like, what was it, like in the low 90s? Like it was like some kind of low 90% of the BLM protests were totally peaceful, no damage whatsoever. They're all riots. They're all riots. So they believe that shit anyway. That doesn't mean that we don't. Well, if that's the case, then why do we have to be careful? Well, that's, you know, because it's a slanted game. You know, it's a biased game. We're up against Peter Thiel and Elon Musk. Okay, they've fucking tipped the scales. You know, and the people like them that own the media, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Like the three old on the yeah. I was not drunk in public. I was drunk in the bar, and they threw me into public. That's a good point, Simply Steve. That's a good point. The fucking cop should arrest the fucking security, the bartender and shit. You know, because that's, you know, that's like leaving a deadly weapon on the street. You know, you don't just leave a deadly weapon in the public, right? You don't just put out Simply Steve into the public willy-nilly.
And I felt like Trump did what he had to do. I don't fault him for it at all. A lot of people are saying that he didn't have the right to do it or the authority. I feel like as the president, he has the authority to do whatever he wants. You know, that's why we voted him in as the president, because we trusted his decision-making skills were going to be the best for us as a country.
Peaceful protest should never have martial law. People have the right to protest. It's in the First Amendment in the Constitution. We do not follow the president. We follow the U.S. Constitution here, period.
They're so afraid of martial law. They see any military, that's the first thing they think, martial law. But they got to understand, the military is not just to protect us from other countries. We also got enemies within our country. So we got to be protected from them as well.
So you're okay with the military being used against civilians if we're a threat to ourselves?
If we're a threat, of course. I'm the police, whoever you have to use to make sure other citizens are safe, you got to, by any means necessary.
The president's doing what he has to do. You got Gavin Newsom that doesn't want to do anything. You got Karen Bass that doesn't want to do anything. So Trump said enough is enough. I'm putting my forces in there. If anything, it'd be safe for everybody. The Marines, I mean, first he deployed 2,000 National Guardsmen, then 700 Marines. And the Marines are just waiting at the gate to get in there and clean house.
It's the first time, I think, since the 60s that the executive branch called in the National Guard and the state didn't. And so it's just a show that Trump is just overstepping. There's no more checks and balances. He's doing what he wants, and it's a show of strength. He's trying to get people scared, because a scared population is not one that's going to fight.
We're here on the National Mall.
So check it out. He was wearing a mask. He was all masked up, right? Let me tell you something. He needs to be. He motherfucking needs to be. He needs to be, okay? Guaranteed, you can guarantee 100% cops want his face goes in a database, Palantir's fucking scanning the whole thing. It's happening right now. Not if, not when, now. Whole thing's being built as we speak, turning away. I got an article right now. These guys have been deputized by the fucking military. Okay? This is where we live. Do something. Of course, everyone in my audience currently is, but you know who I'm talking to. The people who aren't watching. So why the hell am I doing this? I'll never know.
Called in the National Guard and the state didn't?
No, for your own fucking safety, you should seriously consider it. I'm not even playing even a little bit. I will be wearing a fucking mask at the next protest that I attend for sure. If one is happening anytime around Halloween, not anytime, but in like a very limited window, I will be in America for Halloween. And I'm going to see if there's any kind of protest I can hit up in the Bay Area. Okay? Because I've been dying to get out there, man. But look, I got my kid. I've never been in this situation where I have something more important than me. You know, I have something more important than what I want. I've never had that before. And it fucks your life up, but it also makes your life better. It's this weird fucking thing. You know, I love my son. I love, and even with all the terrible situation we're going through with him being disabled, right? It's like, but I want to protest. I want to get out there so fucking bad, but I got him to worry about, and he's my number one priority. So it's weird though, just to tell you, it's like, it's really weird to have something more important than you are.
And so it's just a show that Trump is just overstepping. There's no more checks and balances. He's doing what he wants, and it's a show of strength. He's trying to get people scared, because a scared population is not one that's going to fight.
We're here on the National Mall.
Simply, Steve,
Washington Monument is literally...
I don't think you're a coward for wearing a mask at a protest, right? I think it's prudent. I think that's being prudent, straight up. I don't think it's cowardly at all.
Right there. And behind us, as you can hear, there's music for the celebration of the 250th anniversary of the Army, and we're now awaiting the arrival of President Trump. There's snipers on the roof. They don't want a repeat of the last time there was an attempt on his life. And the crowd right now is not massive. It's big, but it's not huge. We heard from a soldier that the crowd will probably increase right before the parade. He's going to speak behind a pretty thick shield of bulletproof glass that's set up for him. He's going to address the crowd, and then I guess we're going to see tanks in the street.
Good. I don't want to see him shot.
Every other country celebrates their victory.
I don't want to see him shot. The last fucking thing we need in America is this pile of crap becoming some kind of martyr. You know what was funny though? With the assassination attempt, it like It was kind of a nothing burger. This totally insane event happened, and we were just like, it was a whole, the entire nation, even the right, was like, yeah, I mean, we kind of, yeah, that was bound to happen. Yeah, because like the during the campaign, especially right at the end there, it just everything felt so crazy. The lies were flying all over. Anyway, this felt like a crazy time, and then totally crazy shit happened. We're like, yep, it really was only a matter of time.
Victories. It's about time.
But it's good that he wasn't assassinated. And I hate this man.
It is cool to see this, but I will say it's a little underwhelming, I'm not going to lie.
The spectacle drew sharp criticism and was believed to be by many a lackluster event. In fact, social media users criticized the parade's presentation, pointing to sloppy marching, poor formation, and low crowd energy. Visuals, in fact, showed tanks passing in complete silence, while others showed sparse audiences and out-of-sync troops.
What'd you think of the parade, man?
I think it was a long line, but it was pretty cool. A great representation of our military, and I think that we really need to be more grateful for them.
It's an embarrassment.
Show more appreciation for sure.
I love it. It's a once-in-a-lifetime thing you need to see. I am a German. I served in the German military. I moved to Texas 15 years ago, and finally I had a chance to see that mighty army here.
I think.
Bro, come on with this. This shit writes itself, dude. This shit literally, God bless Channel 5. Straight up. God bless Channel 5 over here, dude. Are you kidding me? They found the German immigrant pro-fascist who's like, I love a military parade. Oh, I do Elon salutes while I watch this fascist military parade squeak by me. It fills me with joy. Channel 5 is really something.
Lifetime thing you need to see. I am a German. I served in the German military. I moved to Texas 15 years ago, and finally I had a chance to see that mighty army here.
I think it's pretty badass if the tanks are coming through the street. I think it's pretty gangster.
As you can see, things are pretty divided. Both sides today has accused the other of being brainwashed.
I think you're pretty
And the conviction I've seen from both sides is as fiery as it's ever been. You hear words like fascist being thrown around. Half the people thought this parade was a good idea. Half the people thought this parade was a terrible idea. All we can do is just keep asking people what they think.
I think it's a ridiculous nonsense. What do you think it is? It's nothing but an ego show for a draft dodger, traitor to the United States, who should have never been allowed to run again. There's no other country on earth, no liberal democracy, that would have let this guy run for office again. He launched an insurrection against the United States. And then all this nonsense.
Go get some tacos. You too. Drink some beer and tacos. Do a push-up. Fucking all right, man. Do a push-up. Dude, I'm a firefighter EMT. What you got? I'm a combat vet. 0506. I'll thank you for your service. Yeah.
I hate
My dad's a combat veteran as well. But you're not. And?
What do you guys make of all these protesters? What do you think?
Well, that disqualifies you from having an
It's one of the most basic tenets of the United States of America. Freedom. We're not going to agree, but to get sideways or stupid with people, there's no call for that. We've done this for hundreds of years, and we've survived. There's no reason to look at them and go, you're the bad guy, I'm the good guy, or vice versa. We're all not going to agree.
Yeah, both sides. I just happen to vote for and fully support the right-wing stuff, but both sides, I'm going to disarm you with the both sides. It's really great. People, and the both side stuff is a guarantee that the person hasn't looked into any of their opinions. It's a guarantee because it's a total cop-out. It's the lazy way. Right? Because it says, both sides. I don't really pay attention. I get a pass. Both sides. Yeah, sure, I support all the right-wing stuff. But both sides. This is the kind of guy that'll talk to you for politics for 2 hours and then not fucking vote. And then he doesn't vote. Oh, I didn't have time that year. Oh, yeah. They're called pieces of crap. Actually,
there's people.
So I'm gonna watch this. I'm almost done. I'm gonna keep working here. Big props to Channel 5. Hopefully they don't mind me stealing their shit. What does it matter? I'm a nobody. Who cares? Who cares? Nobody cares. Nobody fucking cares. But no, big props to Channel 5. And we're going to watch another one while I finish setting up. I'm almost done here.
In front of me, destroying Waymos. Niggas behind me, destroying Waymos. There's thousands of people out here disgusted with the Trump.
Look, I got to say with the Waymo stuff, right? Like, obviously, property damage bad. Optics are bad. Don't support it, straight up. And it's not just me being like glib and just, no, it's counterproductive. This, of course, was all over right wing. That's the number one thing they talk about. Even Channel 5 having to call their video LA riots because of this, right? So it counterproductive. Sure, it felt good. I bet it felt great to light these fucking robot cars on fire. But it hasn't done us any favors on the left. And if you're not thinking strategically, if you're not thinking, I don't give a shit about the left, I don't care about politics. I just want to, express my anger in this way. You're an asshole. You get out of the way. Stop being counterproductive. Get your head out of your ass. Right? You smell like ass. Take a fucking shower. Quit being a piece of shit. Right? Your freedoms are getting snatched away. Why don't you take that shit seriously instead of taking masturbation seriously, because that's what this is. The infamous "I'm no one's because no one's on my side." Yeah. Well, the cop outs, right? And I'm supposed to respect that. I'm supposed to respect your cop out. You're a fucking child. You're a toddler, right? With your opinions, a grown ass toddler, and I'm supposed to respect that shit as a fellow human being, as a fellow adult. Get your shit together. Sick of you making fucking excuses. The straw man. I know it's a straw man I've created, but the kind of people, these both sides centrists, I was just talking about them, and the problem is that they don't shut the fuck up. They got the loudest opinions. I have a loud, uninformed opinion. You need to listen to it. The fuck I do. And why is it you're always falling in line with the anti-human shit? Of course, that's because it's just like the fly trap, right? It's sweet. It's made for the stupids. It's made for the people who want to reinforce their ignorances instead of change them, right? So that's why it attracts them.
Administration and how the federal government is handling migration. People are out here with hammers, baseball bats, whatever weapon they can find. It's dark.
Pura la raza latina.
Are you mad?
No explique Spanish, English.
We're learning that President Trump is ordering another 2,000 National Guard troops to deploy to LA, along with those 700 Marines who already received orders.
At the end of the motherfucking day, we're the motherfucking people, not fucking them. They're here to protect their interests, not us. They're locking up innocent fucking immigrants that come here to make a life for their families. I'm a first-generation American, but like I've always said, I am Mexican first, American second. And they don't protect my interests or my families. So that's what the fuck is going on here. And honestly, dog, this is all bullshit because my mom, she comes from Mexico.
I don't know if
I'm over here representing her right now because ICE, they will take her if they would come right now.
Of course I agree with what this woman's saying about ICE, but I don't know. Does this help? I don't know, man. I understand what he's saying. And, people used to be intelligent enough to understand how someone could be more cosmopolitan in this way. And, basically he's saying, he'll never not be a Mexican, even if he's an American citizen. And you can take pride in both. You could be patriotic about both. You can be proud about both countries, right? Or one country or the other. And say, no, at the end of the day, I will always be this kind of, I will always represent this nation. And, I have kinship with this nationality. But it's like, it's tough. I mean, because we can't police people's feelings. We can't police people's rhetoric on this minor level. So the only way to counteract it is with more democracy, more free speech, more streams like this that, add context. Ideally, I'd be a Mexican person who would explain the complexities of this feeling. Of like how you can have allegiance to America and also Mexico, right? And, and try to break it down and explain it to people because, to an ignorant person, they see this and they go, oh, well, this person obviously doesn't care about America. Look, he just said Mexico first, America second, right? Well, there you go. Stone cold proof. Well, it's not that fucking simple. So what it requires is just more talk, more discussion, more debate, and that's, you know, the media. The media is intentional, is being intentional in how it ignores these conversations. The oligarchs have found it beneficial. You know, the race stuff, the national stuff, the patriotism, all that. It's really, really useful for divide and conquer. It's really, really useful for divide and conquer, this kind of shit. So the media, this is my asshole opinion, but this is my opinion as to why the media avoids these kind of topics, because the billionaires that own those media companies find it useful, you know, to keep these things opaque. So instead of having, like, you know, they used to do this back in the day, they still do this on DW, France 24, European media, BBC sometimes, Channel 4 sometimes. Long 45-minute, hour and a half debates about one single topic, you know, sitting around smoking cigarettes and drinking fucking booze, you know, on live TV and having conversations, you know, very intelligent academics, obviously, not just idiots like me, about just this one topic, right? They play the clip, and then they, you know, have a long discussion, add context. And it's like, oh, nobody was watching that. Nobody was watching that. No shit, you know, nobody will watch that even if you make it. And it's like, well, what, you know, we're just going to give up then? We're not even going to have it, even for reference. We're not, you know, we're not going to do it at all, because like we're missing something in the discourse, right? It's a bunch of yahoos like me and Hassan, you know, and then the fucking political representatives that are playing games, and then the mainstream media, you know, a bunch of yahoos, you know, Kyle and Crystal and TYT, and, you know, no offense to all of them, the Humanist Report, all of them. We're all working as hard as we can, but we're a bunch of yahoos. Right? Where's the stone cold academics? It's like, well, sometimes we'll do interviews on the Yahoo's shows, the stone cold academics. Sometimes they'll do interviews. It's like, man, it just really isn't enough, is it? We need more. But you know, so that's not anyone's fault, really, though, right? We're working as hard as we can. We're doing what we can, right? But we need more. More. We got to encourage, you know, what we're missing. What we can do is keep encouraging. You know, this is what we do on the stream, right? We keep encouraging activism, getting involved, getting informed. That's the only solution. Is understanding our power collectively as a population and utilizing that. You know, removing the barriers. The divide and conquer tactics that are so successfully used against us, et cetera, et cetera. Sorry. This stuff gets me so hyped up, right? Because it's like, what do? It's like, you know, you can't police at this minor level. You can't walk up to this guy and say, oh, you shouldn't have said that on the camera. You shouldn't have expressed your feelings in that way. That's not going to work, right?
My families. So that's what the fuck is going on here.
And honestly, dog, this is all bullshit, because my mom, she comes from Mexico, and I'm over here representing her right now, because they will take her if they would come right now.
Yeah,
I'm 15, dog, so fuck ICE.
I used to be an undocumented citizen.
Nice.
It took me 27 years because I had to prove who I was. So when people tell me that the process is easy and they should just come in and do it the legal way, it doesn't matter. No matter how hard you try, they're going to make it impossible for people.
They start with the immigrants. They start with the most vulnerable communities. And then once they're done perfecting their system, they go after everybody else.
They know the entire country is against this shit, and they know we're not gonna go down without a fight.
I'm proud to be Mexican. I'm proud of my roots. So fucking proud. And this is for the raza.
For la raza, huh?
Yeah.
Fuck ICE.
I served 4 years in the fucking Marines for this bullshit.
Yeah, well, he served.
Myself.
If you are born
thank you
on
for
this
your
soil,
service, right?
it does
not
matter
him. Not
where
him.
you come from. If you have citizenship or not, you are guaranteed due process in this fucking country.
Right.
Immigration and Customs Enforcement has set a goal of arresting 3,000 illegal migrants a day.
Fuck you, Trump. You're making the wrong moves, my boy. You're fucking with the wrong people, man. And you know what you're doing? You're getting everybody behind Mexicans, pendejo.
I
Latinos,
totally agree with that.
Hispanics.
Why the fuck are you trying to lock the Mexican people up and they got the best food? Tell me that. Tacos and tequila and enchiladas and burritos.
So
fucking
true.
corn on the cob. What did
So
they call it? What they
true.
call it?
What are we doing?
Elotes, nigga. Come on. You gonna lock a nigga up that know how to make elotes?
No, if you've had like good Mexican food, 100%, bro. It's like for white guys, it's like really good Italian food. Right? Like, oh, wait a minute. All of this is good. The entire thing. The whole menu. Okay? When it's really good. And in California, oh my God, the Mexican food's so fucking good. Homie over here with the kiss, bro. Too far. This is so awkward. This is so awkward, bro. But they were really hyped up, and the guy was clearly into it. That's all good, but it's still incredibly cringe beyond the pale cringe. Please don't kiss me. It's not because I'm homophobic, because I'm not. It's because I'm an introvert. And I'm out of my aquarium, okay? So you got to treat me like, you know how like a zookeeper handles an animal on a talk show? It's like, oh, don't startle him. That's how you need to treat me. I'm like a snake that's out of his fucking cage, okay? And you just don't startle me, and please don't kiss me, okay? That's how I need to be treated in public.
What's the difference about me and this guy? Nothing. We bleed the same. We bleed the same, my boy.
And you're kissing
just like
him.
you, Trump.
You're kissing
him, bro. We're people, homeboy. We work hard. We fucking work for our family.
He's right.
We're family
He's right.
people.
I totally agree with everything you're saying.
That. You have no values but money in your mind. That's all you have. Viva la raza! Viva la raza! And everybody that's behind us.
Yesterday, raids took place in downtown Los Angeles, at least 3 different locations. One of them, another Home Depot.
Estas redadas han dejado enmarcadas a las personas con temor a venir a buscar trabajo.
Aquí
piensa que estamos haciendo algo cosas malas, solamente buscamos
trabajo,
ayudar a la gente de LA que no puede hacer los trabajos rudos que ninguno de aquí les gusta hacer, construcción, jardinería, roofing, todo eso, o levantar cosas o limpiar cosas que es muy sucio o es peligroso para el humano. Aquí estamos para ayudarles a ustedes.
Acordémonos que nada aquí es gratis, tenemos que pagar renta, tenemos que pagar teléfono, biles, mandar dinerito a nuestra gente allá, a nuestros países. No somos criminales, sino gente que se viene a ganar el pan cada día, ¿verdad?
If we want to look at the cause of what is happening here, I take it back to raids that took place on Friday.
And that's where tensions escalated. Protesters confronted federal agents in the streets with tear gas being used to try to control the angry crowd.
Day 2, we're right here in front of City Hall. People have come to support their undocumented neighbors. The community has really came and showed out. Trump has sent 2,000 National Guard members here to disperse the crowd to try to quell this revolt. The state seems to not be down for that. Karen Bass has spoken out against the presence of the National Guard here. So we have this weird clash of like state and federal governments going down right here in LA.
There was nothing going on here that warranted the federal intervention that took place the very next day.
Trump has also made an executive order that anyone with a mask will be arrested on site, which is funny because everybody in ICE wears a mask. I don't get how that's gonna work. I'll just take my mask off then, you know what I mean? If they're really tripping that hard, you know? But fuck it. We out here to support La Raza. It's not really just like a Mexican issue, but it definitely is a Mexican problem over here because it's places like Home Depot and the fashion district that's being targeted, which
and
is like well-known spots for like
and a fucking
Dodgers
stadium.
They come out every day to work and hustle, and then they depend on that. They don't depend on the actual income of 401k or you know.
Dodgers fucking stadium. I got the clip. I just set it up. And they were like, you got a warrant? They were like, let us in, right? They're all storming in like fucking SEAL Team 6. The ticket guy, the security guy is a fucking badass, whoever he is. I can't wait to show you this footage. And he's like, you got a fucking warrant? We got a game going on. You know, you're going to fucking shut the whole game down? Really? To do a fucking squeaky ass immigration raid? Are you serious? They're like, you got to raid. You know, it's so funny. They're like, no, sports is more important than ICE. They're like, you got a warrant? They're like, we don't need a warrant. We got an executive order. It's like, no, you actually need a warrant. We know what we're talking about. And we're a multi-billion-dollar corporation with a bunch of power and connections directly to Donald Trump. Right. Let us in, let us in, let us in, oh, let us in. We want to make a big spectacle and shut down a fucking entire sports game. No. And then the motherfuckers had to squeak away. It's great footage. I can't wait to show it to you.
life insurance that they're able to, they don't have anything like that. They don't know
And
anything
run away
about
with
that.
a tail between their legs.
Migrant workers and our prosperity as a country are like this.
42% of crop laborers are undocumented.
Do you feel like there's a reason why LA is being targeted so hard?
It's one of the largest Hispanic and Latino communities, and also involving a lot of immigrants.
Oh,
a lot
shit.
of illegal immigrants out here.
We're gonna have
I'm
a
a DACA
long
recipient, so
stream
I can
today.
tell firsthand that this is personal. They are attacking our homes, they're attacking our people, and they're attacking the...
Straight up. We're going to have a fucking super long stream today. It's going to be a really stoned stream because my wife and kid are gone. It's just me and the dog. So, I mean, I could go all fucking night if I wanted to. It's going to be wild.
main backbone of this economy, of this country. This country is built off of immigrants. It's built off of the hard labor that we do. So, yeah, I mean, it's fucked up.
Sí, así es, amigo. We need migrant reform. We don't need deportations. These folks are our brothers and sisters.
Really, what they need to do is we
100%.
need immigration reform. We should all
Yeah.
stand together for immigration
Exactly.
reform so people can be here legally,
Yeah.
people that we need to
100%.
work.
As a side note, when people talk about immigration reform, they're normally talking about the broken asylum seeking process. So it used to be.
Wait, what happened? my wife and kid. Oh, what happened? No, she went to go visit her family. They're not gone. They're not dead. This is my final stream. I'm waiting for the cops to show up. No, she went to go. She went to go take a road trip with kiddo to go visit the family. We can't leave the dog behind because she's too old and too weak. Sorry, the camera's being fucky. She's too old and too weak to go anywhere. So I have to stay here to take care of the dog. So I'm here basically alone. So I get to smoke weed in the house. I get to pretend like I'm 20 again. When I lived alone in an apartment in San Francisco.
Be that immigrants fleeing persecution, political crisis, or poverty
divorce,
would seek asylum
life
upon
is
their
over. I
entry
didn't
to
mention.
the
I'm not
US
going
and
to mention
typically
that.
hear a verdict from the immigration courts in a matter of weeks or months, after which they can get their work papers and begin legal employment. However, because of the overflow of undocumented migrants that have happened over the past couple of years, the current wait time for an asylum hearing is between 5 and 7 years, leaving millions of migrants stuck in the states, unable to procure lawful employment, often leading them to places like Home Depot parking lots or just on the streets. Immigration reform would mean spending less money on ICE and more money hiring immigration judges to create a fair and expedited process for hearing asylum claims and issuing work papers. The Trump administration, and by the way, the Biden administration too, have refused to take significant action to hire more judges and fix the problem, which if done correctly would be a win-win for both sides. It'd be a win for conservatives who are concerned about migrants with violent criminal backgrounds entering the country and taking advantage of people and resources. And it'd be a win for progressives who want migrants with valid asylum claims to have fruitful legal lives in the U.S. and eventually become citizens. However, none of this has happened, just widespread deportation orders by Trump.
He's not serious. He signs these papers all day long. He could sign one that required E-Verify, and he hasn't. Why? Because what would happen is all those companies like Walmart, etc., who rely on immigrant workers or workers without papers would then complain, and they would lobby against it.
When there's no food on the table, when there's no houses, people will learn.
Trump's administration, ICE, is doing is illegal and unconstitutional. They're doing exactly what the Gestapo did back in the Nazi regime, which is arrest people with no warrants, take them to court and prosecute them with no fair trial, deport them and send them to foreign prisons, and then there's no oversight regulations for them to do whatever they're doing.
I'm a white guy with some money. I have a housekeeper scared to death. I have a caretaker of my elderly father scared of being fired because some asshole might call him, disagree with him, and send him back to some prison camp in some country that's not his.
And the only difference.
So you know what? Big props to this guy. And is it a little bit cringy that he's like, yeah, I take advantage of migrant labor, but he's like, that's why he's out there, because he's like, he's gotten to know those people. He sees them as human beings. He feels obligated to represent them as someone who, because like there's a power dynamic, right? He has citizenship. He's white. He's not being, there's no, if ICE were to scoop him up, it would be headline news, as it should be, right? So he feels obligated to get out there. That's correct. That means he's moral, right? He's like, look, I can't change everything. I'm going to continue to hire a person who's here illegally as a housekeeper. He probably pays them quite a fair wage if he's out here, right? Wouldn't that be funny? He's out here virtue signaling like a motherfucker. He's like, he's like sitting down and he's, He's like, immigrant rights, immigrant rights. He's like, he's paying this housekeeper like $5 an hour. That would be kind of funny. That would be like a South Park skit, right? That's kind of how liberals were used to be portrayed. But honestly, that's not how it is. I bet this guy pays a very fair wage and honestly would like to hire these people legitimately. If he could, you know, if they became citizens, that would also be funny. Like they become citizens. Oh, we're finally citizens, and you have to pay us. You know, you have to pay all this extra and in benefits and whatnot. And he's like, "Oh, I can't afford you. You're fired. I could only afford you when you were working for me illegally, and I didn't have to pay any benefits or anything."
Scared of being fired because some asshole might call him, disagree with him, and send him back to some prison camp in some country that's not his.
And the only difference between ICE and the Gestapo is that the Gestapo had the balls to show their faces when they were doing this type of shit. ICE is just being cowards and hiding behind those masks and their weapons and terrorizing a whole community.
What's happening right now is that Donald Trump sent the National Guard to dissemble and humiliate and arrest and harm lawful citizens exercising their right to speech and assembly. There is no world in which some spray paint or a broken window is more important than human rights.
What's going on is the fact that we got fascist fucking pig not letting us do our lawful assembly.
So my name is Jesse Blancarte. I'm an immigration attorney based in Los Angeles. Those raids are taking place at job sites. You know, day laborers at Home Depot, people who help, you know, create clothes at these factories or these businesses. Those aren't people who were on the street, you know, as gang members wreaking havoc in communities. They're family members. They're the people who support their kids. They're the people who probably their kids are waiting for to pick them up at the end of the school day. And so in this coordinated raid, people are being pulled out of the community, taken to the federal building in downtown LA, and not coming out. And on the same day, people were going into their ICE check-ins, their appointments with their ICE officers, and not coming out. And so it just follows a pattern of this increased enforcement that doesn't target just people who have criminal histories. It doesn't target people who are deemed to make our communities unsafe. It targets people who are doing the essential job that many Americans won't do. It's targeting people who are core members of their family, of their communities, who really just want to be here and make a better life for themselves and their family.
No, they're
All right, so everybody
rapists
from
and
City
killers.
Hall has now started a march to the federal building.
That's what
the
we're
cops
told.
earlier tried to block the road so that people couldn't
Scum of
march
the
on
earth.
this route, but they fucked up. They didn't do it, and people are now mobile. That's like damn near at least my whole high school times 3. So about like a rack, like 1,000 people down here. So people are shooting silly strings at the cops. The cops are yeah, they're shooting. They're shooting guns.
When you
We're all
pass the
being
blunt,
pushed back,
right?
man.
That's
They're
when you
it's like
pass
I
the
feel like
blunt,
a
bro.
dog
Pass the blunt.
that they're telling me to get. The cops are fucking rapid
holding the
firing.
blunt, dude.
The non-lethals. I feel like the non-lethals are also like packed with some type of irritant. It's not necessarily a tear gas canister, but it fucks you up. I feel like it's on the couch. Oh, goddamn. All right. All right. So this is what I'm talking about. It's like the rubber thing, and then these follow after it. And it shoots off some sparks, which I feel like it's coming a lot more often now. They're also banging niggas with sticks. This is a peaceful protest. We haven't done shit. It's only 3 p.m.
3 p.m. 3 p.m. We're getting close to being done, folks. Sorry. Normally I do this off stream. Behind the scenes. Ooh.
That's the fastest I've ever seen them start shooting people with rubber bullets. Not even 5 minutes. What the fuck was that?
A shot with a rubber bullet. That shit hurts. He's helping out right now.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
How close were you to the gun?
They were like 2 feet away.
What do you think? What's the difference between ICE and the LAPD?
LAPD belongs to us. They work for us. They're our police. They're not supposed to work with ICE.
LAPD eats corn the long way. I've been saying it since the beginning of today. Look at them. You can tell.
So now they're advancing. They're trying to split us, but they go shoot this old lady.
Full-throated.
Oh, damn. Okay, yeah, they might. Yeah, they might shoot the old lady. Oh, that nigga trigger happy, man. Look at him, look at him, look at him. Oh, I knew it.
Pick her up, pick her up, pick her up. Watch your legs. Oh, no.
I have a medical staff.
Let's go.
They know the entire country is against this shit, and they know we're not gonna go down
So that's
without
what it
a
looks
fight.
like.
I
Point
understand that by
blank.
showing my
They
face
know
and
they're
speaking,
doing
I'm
it.
putting myself in peril. But I will do it because those people in there only came here to fight and work and find a better chance of life from other countries in the world. And nobody is illegal on stolen land. And this is stolen land. This land belongs to the Gabrieleño tribe of Indians. And if anybody told you differently, they're wrong. These people pretend not to know history. That's why they want to erase it. They don't
That's right.
understand that this
Nailed
is our
it.
land. We did not cross a border. The border crossed us.
Boom.
And we're not going to leave. And we're going to fight alongside all of our brothers and sisters of all colors because LA is united and we are a fucking melting pot of cultures and we're a community that will stand together against injustice every time.
So we right here, made it onto the 101. Protesters have moved on here to get the message across of solidarity. These
Sorry,
people that
muted.
are targeted are criminals.
I was just saying, totally eloquent. She totally nailed it. She knows exactly why she's there. She knows exactly what she stands for. That's why she's there. You know, she's intelligent. She's opened her mind to the truth, and she's moral. So that's why she feels obligated to be out there. That's checked every fucking box. That's it. You've done what you can. Right? She's not Malcolm X, not Martin Luther, not Gandhi. But she's got a good head on her shoulders. She knows exactly why she's there, knows who the enemy is, and she's going to die on her feet. It fucking means something.
Melting pot of cultures, and we're a community that will stand together against injustice
She's
every
not
time.
fat.
So we right here.
She's not fat. She could pin your ass to the ground. She's not fat. She's just built that way. Okay? She's just built that. Ain't fat. She's a hard worker. She's just, some people are built like that, okay? But I do agree with what you're saying in terms of, like, you know, yeah, CNN might not put her up there. One, because the message is anti-oligarchy. But two, because, yeah, let's get a 19-year-old Zoomer, right, with some perky tits up there, right? Not a sweaty Mexican, hardworking Mexican woman. People on the right did. Well, the people on the right are pieces of crap and hypocrites. I'm just trying to say, this is, you know, once you've opened your mind to truth, and if you're a moral person, 1 + 1 = 2. This is why she's out there.
Of cultures, and we're a community that will stand together against injustice every time.
So we right here, made it onto the 101.
Awesome.
Protesters have moved on here to get the message across of solidarity. These people that are targeted are criminals. These are people that are like hard at work, you know what I mean? Ripped out of their jobs, single income homes. Right here, we're just reminding people that we run the streets and the freeways.
Yo, Channel 5 News, what the fuck's going on? What the fuck's going on?
I don't know, you tell me.
I just got here.
I think there's a protest going on.
I guess so. I'm going to the gym.
Oh yeah, what are you working on in the gym?
The quads, bro, the cheeks.
I've been fucking running a lot lately. And I feel good about it.
How about
So
you
it's
skip
not only the
leg day and
freeways,
get in the
as you can
streets,
see,
bitch?
They're lined up. The whole fucking shit lined up. You got anything to say, bro?
Fuck ICE. Let all our immigrants free. It's a free country.
Everyone in Los Angeles should be here right now.
Absolutely. Los Angeles doesn't take this kind of shit, man.
I used to be an undocumented citizen for the longest, 27 years of my life. So I understand the hardship that it comes with being an immigrant. So I feel more responsible now that I'm an American citizen to fight for those people that don't have any rights right now. I fear for my siblings' deportation. They're still in the process. And since they're trying to take away that due process, I fear more for my life for them, that they're going to be taken away to a land that they haven't even been since they were 1 year old. It took me a long time. Even from an American mother that I had, it took me 27 years because I had to prove who I was. So when people tell me that the process is easy and they should just come in and do it the legal way, it doesn't matter. No matter how hard you try, they're gonna make it impossible for people.
You'll hear people say, my family did it the right way. My experience is sometimes when you dig a little deeper and you ask questions about what that means, you'll actually find that it wasn't actually the right way. The family members actually came here unlawfully without permission, and some benefit became available to them afterwards that allowed them to get residency. If you had a sibling, let's just say a brother, who's from Mexico, and you wanted to bring him over here because you're a United States citizen, you could try to file an I-130 family petition for him, engage that process lawfully, and it's probably going to be over 2 decades before your brother is now able to legally come here to the United States. How does it make sense to wait another 15 years after waiting 5 years if you're in imminent harm? Do you keep waiting those 15 additional years, or do you maybe take action into your own hands and find refuge by coming here around the legal process you try to engage with?
Oh, I don't know what that was. Oh, they moving now. Okay, now we got LAPD, ICE, CHP, DHS, FBI, everybody's out here except for the National Guard. There's flashbangs going up above. We're still getting rubber bullets.
It should be noted that some migrant workers, like the ones that Saddam spoke with at the Home Depot, are not in support in some of the more outlandish direct action tactics that have been on display at the protest, particularly those involving arson and vandalism.
Yo estoy de acuerdo que la gente haga sus manifestaciones, proteste, pero en una forma no violenta, no lucrativa para otras personas, porque no somos todos. Entonces ahí nos enmarcan a todos. Tenemos que hacer las protestas, pero hacerlas con el debido respeto, tanto para los policías como para la gente, ¿verdad? Porque si ustedes se dan cuenta, se están violando muchos de los derechos de las personas, entonces pienso que no es lo correcto.
This anti-rioting sentiment is also shared by many business owners in downtown LA who experienced the George Floyd riots in 2020, which negatively impacted commerce for quite some time.
The message gets diluted because you've got people like me. We don't want to see our properties destroyed. This building's boarded up because glass got broken 5 years ago on it. So here we are 5 years later. We're protesting about something that's meaningful, but busting somebody's property isn't going to help spread that message. Think in terms of somebody like me who's put 100 gallons of paint on this building in 5 years.
You know, it's immediately
weaponized by body of people, by mass. And how do you influence mass? You keep at it. You know, pass out pamphlets is more effective. Hold signs.
Está bien lo que están haciendo en huelgas, pero no se trata de destruir cosas, porque en lugar de ayudarnos va a ser todo peor, porque ahora ya mandaron la guardia, siguen haciendo cosas más malas y va a ser peor, ya entre poco ya no se va a poder ni caminar por lo mismo. Entonces hay que protestar, pero en la forma que la ley nos dice que la hagamos, sin destruir ni golpear a los policías, porque quiera no, ellos están haciendo su trabajo. Porque ellos hacen lo que el gobierno dice que hagan, no lo están haciendo por hacerlo nomás.
There's also a sentiment shared by some that angry rioting is actually serving the agenda of the conservative establishment, who are looking for negative optics to feed their affiliate media channels, who will now broadcast clips of things like looting and burning cars anytime border policy or ICE operations are mentioned in a critical light, to delegitimize the progressive side of the aisle.
The reason the guards are here is he knows he's going to incite violence and lighting fires and looting and everything else, and he can now say that's why. That's just exacerbating everything. And it's putting on a show for the news.
This gentleman's predictions serve to be true from an optics standpoint. Here is an official edit posted by the White House on Facebook, X, and Instagram less than 24 hours after this protest was filmed.
It was a peaceful rally. What is going on right now is also peaceful.
We are expecting rallies later on.
When they show up, we gotta show up even stronger.
In Los Angeles, there is a new crowd of protesters that has been building.
Are you scared yet?
CNN had it that these were rallies. Now they've become protests. I'm afraid that by tonight they become riots. If we don't have the ability to stand up and stop this violence before it consumes a great city like Los Angeles, then there's no telling where this could spread.
What they're showing is the worst part of it, feeding into the clown at the top. They're not showing peaceful masses of people with signs, right, that are coming out to protest. They're showing people that are coming out and destroying shit. And so, you know, it's feeding into it.
Still, many LA natives, particularly those belonging to multi-generational Chicano families, feel as though without making a show of force through direct action, ICE will continue with their aggressive operations in the city, thereby breaking families apart. 8% of LA residents are currently undocumented, and in Latino-majority neighborhoods in the south, central, and eastern part of the city, that number is estimated to be closer to a third.
We're not gonna stop. Hell no, we don't stop, man.
Yeah.
We ain't gonna stop this until this city burns down. That's how LA reacts, you know? That's how we react to things. They're trying to split up families, you know what I'm saying?
I don't
And
know
it's
if we
not
should
cool.
be bragging about that.
You fuck with a family member, you're gonna get everybody, you know what I'm saying?
How long do you think it's gonna last?
Shit, until they change their minds on what the fuck they doing. You got kids that are born here and they're like 5.
I mean, look, the whole kidnapping and mass deport, like that is not going to fly. And I have lots of examples. That I'm going to show you of people acting viscerally towards these actions because they, especially in the way that they're conducted, it's frightening, and they do see it as an attack, and I think that's rightfully so. Welcome back, Paco Death. We'll be getting started with the real stream here very soon.
6 years old and their mom and dad are being taken away from them. That's fucked up. Let somebody try to take my kid, you know?
Yeah,
it is fucked up.
It's not gonna happen.
You're not gonna win, believe it. It's a matter of time. If you keep fucking with us, the world's gonna know it. The world's gonna know it. Not only you, the world's gonna fucking know it. That we're tired of fucking bullshit. All the Viva la raza! Everybody that is supporting the Mexicanos and the Latinos and the Brown, fucking love for you, much love.
We're all people. We will all always be people. Their lack of acceptance of our humanity and of everyone's humanity is an insult to what we are, which is divine beings meant to be here together and to share everything.
What's up, divine beings? Let's take a quick break from the streets of LA to see how the media machine has been covering the unfolding situation in those streets. As we know, different outlets.
Whatever weapon they can find. It's kind of like one of the therapy rooms where you fuck shit up. How you doing?
Hey, this shit's fun, not gonna lie.
How many times have you destroyed a Weibo?
First time.
How do you feel about the protest?
First time.
Well, you see how I'm feeling about it.
It's kind of therapeutic over here. Are you worried about the car blowing up?
Hell no.
What's that?
Oh, no. The fucking heat's burning my fucking back right now. It's hot as fuck, God damn it. I'm scared it's just gonna blow up, you know. But goddamn, it's really hot. I just got tear gas 20 minutes ago, and I had to lay down on the ground and take a break. Shout out to the people out here that gave me the eye wash. I found out the tear gas doesn't stick to ski masks. So yeah, it's been kind of eventful. Do you feel like this situation going on right now in LA could just be a possible performance being put on by Trump, or like a way to sway people's opinions?
I can't say for sure, but a lot of the things that he does seems to be performative to even sometimes just distract. I mean, what were we talking about as a nation before the raid started in Los Angeles? We were talking about this big, beautiful bill that is going to take money away from programs like Medicaid, give tax breaks to the wealthiest people. It's going to balloon our deficit and be way too expensive. And then you had Elon Musk break ties with Trump and have a public dispute between the two of them. And that's all you saw in the news. And then all of a sudden, now we're talking about raids in Los Angeles and immigration enforcement and insurrectionists and anarchy and mobilizing the National Guard and the Marines. So I'm not saying it's purely meant to distract, but oftentimes if you follow Trump's presidency, things like this happen that distract away from the thing that they don't want you talking about.
Where the fuck was all this January 6th? Huh? Don't you feel shame? Taking fucking kids from their fucking families? Don't you fucking feel shame? Abducting and kidnapping innocent fucking people? But nah, you have to support Trump's fucking Nazi-ass regime. Yeah, you look at me. Look at me specifically. Remember this fucking face. Remember my face. Because after today, you're gonna really remember all tonight.
Reaction.
Get ready, because it's gonna be a long-ass fucking night. I hope you guys get paid in overtime. I hope all those billions and billions of fucking tax dollars that you guys fucking get, it's all fucking worth it for tonight. Because you guys are gonna fucking work for it. Good luck. Channel 5.
What's up, man?
You're gonna work for it.
Yeah, so day 2 got a little bit hectic when night fell, to say the least.
All right. Oh, man.
I'm coming here at 5 in the morning.
As far as day 2 night footage goes, We're still talking to YouTube right now and kind of examining their terms of service to figure out what's explicitly allowed and banned from the platform, and they're being pretty cool about it. And I'm assuming that we should be covered in time.
Fucking sick of YouTube and their bullshit when it comes to this.
Associated Press credentials or like official journalistic certification, and kind of the way
these motherfuckers at YouTube show some of the grossest shit. You know, you can rent fucking Salo. You know, you can watch all kinds of Holocaust footage on YouTube for free. You don't even, it's not even paywalled. Fucking naked dead bodies getting dumped into a shallow grave kind of shit. So I'm so sick and tired of these, you know, because it's not about showing gross shit. It's not about showing blood and guts and all that stuff. It's about controlling narrative. That's why they're so concerned, because they see news getting out of their control. They see politics getting out of their control. You don't think billionaires who own these tools that we are dependent on don't understand how they change and steer the zeitgeist? Don't get completely rock hard knowing that, right? They know it. They love it. So they're absolutely influencing stuff like this. And I'm so tired of it. The only way it's going to change is if progressive liberals, lefties get back into control, because oligarchs love fascism. That's why fucking Pukeman Gold gets 1 billion fucking views, reinforcing right-wing ignorance, and the fucking algorithm loves it. Puts them right up front. Oh, we're proud of this message from this fucking dirty, ignorant bitch. Fucking 80-pound cancer patient. Looks like a fucking cryptid. Looks like something that would creep out of a closet at 1 o'clock in the morning in your sister's bedroom. Asmund Gold. Algorithm loves it, puts him right up front. Oh, it's because he's so clever. It's because he's saying really good stuff. Can't watch that guy for more than 5 minutes without pointing out dozens of inaccuracies. And his opinions are so rote. It's so cute how he I'm having a brilliant revelation. And then he just repeats right-wing narrative, right-wing framing.
Things are playing out on a federal level. I'm a little bit worried about getting in trouble or getting subpoenaed by the feds for the nighttime footage, but I could be crazy. Either way, if you want to see the uncensored footage while we figure out what's kind of safe for the surface web, and you want to support us while doing it, I'm going to throw a raw cut of the day 2 night footage on Patreon right now.
So much
as you
shit,
guys know,
dude.
we're supported
It's
almost
unbelievable,
entirely
man.
by
How
crowdfunding.
do I fucking
the ad
do
reads help a
this?
little bit to keep us in business, but it's primarily www.patreon.com/channel 5.
All right,
I
no,
understand
you
economic
definitely
times
check
are
out
difficult
Channel
right now,
5,
so you don't-
guys. No, definitely check them out. I mean, you know, I really wish Andrew, or whatever the fuck his name is, would nut up and get in front of the camera, right? Do an interview. Do it with Adam Freeland, right? He's a fucking scumbag. Go ahead and do it with Adam Freeland. But talk about the sexual assault shit. Clear the air, dude. I want to know. Were you guilty of that shit, or weren't you? You just disappeared for half a year, and now you're just back, and you're doing great. I love your shit. 3.1 million subscribers. You're absolutely killing it. Got enough money to buy back All Gas, No Brakes. Right? So help me out. I want to be on your side. I want to give you the high five, but help me out. What happened with the sex thing?
What's up? How y'all? What's your opinion on what's going on? What's your opinion on Pride Month? Is there a reason why y'all ice raids is coming during Pride Month? Y'all look like some Halo troopers.
Halo
Anybody with
ODST.
undocumented family? Do you plan on shooting people today?
Yeah.
How lethal or non-lethal are these rounds? Would you rather shoot
Semi-lethal.
somebody or hit them with your stick? Oh yeah, how did you end up becoming ICE? Is this like a legacy career? Are you happy that Young Thug is free? What's the probability that we're gonna get tear gas tonight? What's your favorite thing to do? Shoot people with non-lethals or hit them with the baton?
It's a good question. They love to shoot.
They don't really want to talk. Cats got their tongue. Are you in the JROTC? Oh, yeah, that nigga gonna shoot me later for sure.
Yep. Yep.
Well, we got a man there with a dress coat, tennis shoes, tie, and a black hood over his head, right in front of the federal officers here on Temple.
All right, so yeah, we're right here. We're in front of the federal building downtown LA. You know, this is a building where a lot of people get held
That
when
is hilarious.
apprehended by ICE, federal criminals. So far, like the whole city has kind of just been swarmed by ICE. So we have ICE coming in Compton, Paramount, Linwood, the Fashion District here. The head of ICE just deployed the National Guard. So tomorrow we should see around 2,000 active duty fucking military niggas pulling up. The main reason why people are here is to protest these ICE raids by coming to where all the people are being held at. The cops are lined up. They're pointing their guns at me. They're flashing lights at me. I think they're getting ready to disperse the crowd. Maybe I can ask them something. I don't know. Let's see what some of these is.
It's not exactly Swamp Fest out here, huh?
Yeah, no, but I would still say it's pretty lit out here, but you good?
It stayed pretty peaceful until the sun went down, which is just kind of how LA rolls.
They are detaining people illegally, deporting people illegally without their due process.
Can you tell me like what's been going on all day?
A lot of tear gas.
Did you get tear gas?
I did. They're terrorizing U.S. citizens. What they're doing is not okay, and they didn't like that we were gathering, so they started trying to push us back. Additionally, they seem to be doing, I don't like to use this term lightly, but like Gestapo-like tactics to disband people, essentially, and it's wrong.
They are sighting people with green lasers and shooting rubber bullets at them, so a couple people got popped.
There's snipers on the roof over there, and there's snipers in the second floor over there. I don't know if they're snipers. What kind of guns are these?
Oh,
Just
yeah, that's a sniper for sure.
Lots of people getting tear gas, but, you know, it's LA, baby. We're strong as fuck.
We don't have guns. We're unarmed, and we're unafraid.
We're the violent ones, but look, all I got in my hands is water bottles when they got fucking guns.
These ICE agents are completely different from the LAPD. I've been protesting for over 10 years. It's a whole other fucking level of threat. It's a whole other level of crazy. I feel really sorry for the people who think they're the good guys. They have been brainwashed and indoctrinated and are now acting out, working at the highest level of hypocrisy you can as an American citizen.
We're civilians. You're supposed to protect us. Protect and serve. Get another job. Why don't you quit your piece of shit job? You are a terrorist. Terrorist! Put down your guns! Put down your guns! Put down your guns!
Are you gonna be out here tomorrow?
I am not sure yet. Tomorrow is also LA Pride, and I am of the queer community, so I might have to split my time or go with the biggest cause, which would be this.
It's fucked up. Why are they raiding people during Pride Month?
What's that?
Why are they raiding people during Pride Month?
Oh. Fuck knows, man.
Fuck all your homophobia! Fuck all your racism! Fuck all your transphobia! Fuck all your xenophobia! Everyone go fuck yourself! Charlotte, if you're watching this, I love you!
That's your girlfriend?
Yeah, my trans girlfriend. You're fucking up my Pride Month!
They're killing our fucking Pride Month. What the fuck? Fuck ICE, bitch! Fuck ICE, bitch! Fuck ICE!
I got melted ice. I got melted ice. Melted ice. Any of you guys want some melted ice? I'm on TikTok Live, streaming to about 4,000 people. I've been out here since about like 3, I think.
Plan on being here tomorrow?
Definitely, yeah. Yeah, I'm going Pride tomorrow, and then I'm going to be over here.
We're out here protesting, man. We're out here protesting against these ICE raids. It's about human dignity and human rights. I don't know why the LAPD is out here when we're a sanctuary city.
It's a sanctuary city. I was part of the movement in Pomona, California to become one of the first sanctuary cities of the United States. But all it means is that we're not supposed to enforce immigration, and the police are not supposed to cooperate with ICE. We're supposed to make sure that our community and our hard workers and our children and our families are safe.
Makes me feel like shit. I don't know why we're living in a police state in my city. Everybody's affected by this. They could come for you next.
I wish they would find missing kids the same amount they will go after immigrants and everything. The fact that there are still missing kids being sex trafficked, human trafficking, but yet they don't give the same energy to these immigrants.
And you go after the criminals, man, the real criminals. Not the innocent, hardworking people, man. No criminals at Home Depot.
Yeah.
Just hardworking people out there.
I'm scared for my family. I'm scared for other people's families This shit isn't fair. You guys were our brothers and our sisters. What the fuck happened?
No one's a criminal on stolen land.
Hispanic. They're all Hispanic. So what did their parents have to do to sacrifice for them to do with that?
What happened to being a fucking kid, growing up, thinking it would be fucking good, and then you fucking grow up and you fucking represent the opposition, fucking represent the people that hate us? You're my fucking neighbor. You're my friend. Why? Why do you do this? Leave the fucking uniform and work
He's
for
right.
people.
He's right.
You're a human being. You know this is wrong, Miranda. You know this is wrong. Get another job. Please, I implore you.
Mayor Karen Bass,
Yeah.
we need you
No,
here.
that's the moral thing
you
to
said
do is
you
to
would
quit.
be with your people.
Yeah.
We are your people. I'm a native Angelino, and they are threatening us.
Yeah.
They are terrorizing our community. Where is our mayor? Where is our mayor? Where is our mayor?
You go to cover, nigga. I'm fake, nigga. I know you do, dog. I'll spit on your plate. I put my dick on your plate, nigga. Fuck your family, fuck your kids, nigga. That's how it is. I can't sleep comfortably because of you.
He be fucking getting a whole fucking plate. He be fucking expecting us to give us a whole fucking shit. That nigga right there.
Do you go to Kava?
Yeah, you do, nigga. Stop playing. Yeah, you do. Nigga, act like I don't know your fucking face. Stop fucking playing. Fucking talking about, can I get a fucking discount? Can I get a fucking this? Can I get a fucking that? That nigga right there. Point that shit out here right there. Point that shit out there right there.
He doesn't look like he go to Kava though.
You're going to no shit. Hell nah. Hell nah.
You ain't going to that cover.
What's your favorite thing to order at Kava?
Everything.
Galan, we went to high school together. Remember? Algebra? We had algebra together. Oh shit, he gonna beat my ass. We had algebra together, and that nigga failed twice. Why is that guy on his phone? Shame on you, pigs! Shame on you, pigs! Shame on you, pigs! Looks like the cooking something up back there. Uh-oh. Oh, now they behind us. All right, we're getting surrounded. Kick rocks. Kick rocks. Get out of here, bitch ass.
Kick rocks.
Cops.
Fuck yeah.
I'm not entirely sure what's going on. The halo-looking dudes are moving to the back, and the LAPD has moved to the front, safeguarding ICE. So LAPD has positioned themselves in front of ICE. LA is a sanctuary city, so LAPD shouldn't be here enforcing these policies. I think they're getting scared. I'm a little skittish, man. Look, these niggas want to smack somebody so bad, man.
They do.
I'm just a reporter.
Yeah, they get off on it. They think
I'm
it's
just
so
a reporter.
Cool.
Do you have any opinions on this? Are you guys allowed to have opinions? Is this like a hive mind type deal?
You gotta find a new job, dog, because you really know LA about to go to flames, dog.
It's the right move to tell them not to speak, I think. All right, are we finally done?
Huh?
Yes.
I don't know what's
Holy
going on.
Shit,
Oh,
yes.
what the fuck? Did someone just...
So much fucking...
Did that nigga just smack me? What happened? Oh,
Okay,
look, what's
hold
going
on
on? What's going on? Oh, those zip ties. Those zip ties.
Okay. All right. So he put it out. I just haven't seen it. It's my own problem. So he put it out there. Have you seen it, Strategy? Can you? No, I mean, apology videos can totally be sincere and totally be heartfelt or completely corporate and BS. It could be one or the other. All I care about is, you know, was he guilty, or like, how bad was it? Are we talking about, what are we talking about? Like, I don't even know. Like, it's just, all I know is like a sex thing. All I want to know is like, is this guy fucking, I don't know. You know what I mean? Okay. Anyway, folks, I'm literally about to get started here. So 1 second.
Uh-oh.
And no, I'm not unbanned on Twitch yet, by the way. Fucking assholes on Twitch.
Cutters? All right, hold on.
Hold on, babe. Go, babe, go.
Have not unbanned me yet.
Go, push up.
I don't want to. Hold on, you got this? Oh, man. All right.
Go, babe.
I don't want to be.
Okay. He put out a video.
I got you on the other side.
Help her.
That nigga got you on the other side.
Got you.
You got it. Uh-oh.
All right. He apologized. That's important.
This is unfortunate, man.
It is important to apologize.
Hey, press me his leg.
All right, I will watch that video. Thank you, Strategy Member, for doing that. I do appreciate it.
Hey, press me that mic, dude.
All right.
This woman's been walking around quite a bit.
Yo.
Walking her dogs.
Oh, yeah. So right now we got to surround
Just minding her own business.
So that we don't get fucking trapped and arrested. And
Okay, we
come to
live?
fight
Yeah, we
tomorrow.
live on this?
You
Good.
feel me? For our undocumented brothers and sisters. I'm fucking tired. That was a fucking bitch. It's very loose at the top. Barely got away. And yeah, the shit's not over. Fight's not over. Some niggas is going to jail tonight.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. That definitely happened.
Channel 5 Live Worldwide, Hollywood and Vine. Fuck the authority, Channel 5 News. Channel 55. We don't fuck with custers. And 5 is the best number.
The cops was like, they're jumping the fence.
So that was really good stuff. Thank you so much, Channel 5, for entertaining everybody while I set up the stream here. Okay, now we're going to watch some kind of movie or something. All right, there we go. So big props. Thank you once again to Channel 5 for doing that. And thank you to Andrew Callahan for apologizing for, I don't know, whatever. I need to look that up before I start slandering you some more. We're about to get started here. What are we doing? Headlines first? Yeah. Okay. About to get started here. Okay. 1 second here. Where the hell is it? Subject. Main browser. There it is. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. Welcome to the stream. We're getting started.
Rocking and a rolling, smishing and a splashing over the horizon. What can it be? The pilgrims sailed the sea to find a place to call their own. In their ship Mayflower, they hope to find a better home. They finally knocked on Plymouth Rock, and someone said, we're there. It may not look like home, but at this point I don't care. Oh, they were missing Mother England. They swore their loyalty until the very end. Anything you say, King, it's okay, King. You know it's kinda scary on your own. Gonna build a new land the way we planned. Could you help us run it till it's grown? They planted corn, you know, they built their houses one by one. And bit by bit they worked until the colonies were done. They looked around, yeah, up and down, and someone said, hooray! If the king could only see us now, he would be proud of us today. They knew that now they'd run their own land. But George III still vowed he'd rule them to the end. Anything I say, do it my way now. Anything I say, do it my way. Don't you get to feeling independent, 'cause I'm gonna force you to obey. He taxed their property, he didn't give them any choice. And back in England, he didn't give them any voice. That's called taxation without representation, and it's not fair. But when the colonies complained, the king said, I don't care. He even has the nerve to tax our cup of tea. To put it kindly, King, we really don't agree. Gonna show you how we feel. We're gonna dump this tea and turn this harbor into the biggest cup of tea in history. They wanted no more Mother England. They knew knew the time had come for them to take command. It's very clear you're being unfair, King. No matter what you say, we won't obey. Gonna hold a revolution now, King, and we're gonna run it all away with no more king.
We're gonna elect a president.
No more king.
He's gonna do what the people want.
No more king.
We're gonna run things our way.
No more king.
Nobody's gonna tell us what to do.
Rocking and a rolling, slishing and a splashing over the horizon. What can it be? Looks like it's going to be a free country.
Yay! Yay! So there you go, folks. No kings. No kings. No fucking kings. How about that? Welcome to the motherfucking News on the Ground, folks. I am Abandoned Nihilism. Big props to your boy, Strategy member, and Simply Steve, of course, for being here during the setup. Appreciate it. Big props to Channel 5. Hope you don't mind. I showed you shit. Big props to HB Shorty. Thank you for the beats. Going to be listening to some HB Shorty Chronic Funk Volume 2 and Nightmares to Reality. That was No More Kings by Schoolhouse Rock. And the reason why I show stuff like that is, you know, it is definitely heavily propagandized or a very cherry outlook, right? They don't get into the massacres, you know, performed by the Pilgrims. But the reason why I show these things is because it used to be common knowledge that in America there is no king. And what we have now is the exact opposite. In fact, I have a picture to show you from Washington, D.C. You know, someone made a point to have this flag made, or they maybe purchased this flag. And then they wanted to bring this flag to a No Kings protest. Let me just find it here. I actually didn't have this one queued up, but since it's relevant to what I'm talking about, I might as well show it. It used to be common knowledge, folks. You know, it used to be, you know, it used to be that thing that we could agree on, the left and the right. You know what I mean? That thing that we could agree on, no kings. And now we're dealing with, it's like they're not even making like an educated or, you know, scholarly, yeah, here it is, kind of argument for a dictator. It's just this sloppy sloganeering, you know, this disgusting sloganeering, proclaim, who would do so, you know, and by the way, no acknowledgement of how much damage that's going to do, how many people you'd have to kill to accomplish that feat truly. You know, say, well, Donald Trump's going to do it. He's kind of already done it. He basically is the dictator. Yeah, he hasn't whipped the people yet. Vladimir Putin and Russia have successfully whipped their people, right? They are cowed. The American people have not been cowed. The leashes are out. They're starting to get the leashes out. They're building the framework to do anything to anybody at any time for any reason. Trump is technically legally a dictator, but the people have not accepted submission. So for the people to truly, like, there will be a revolution, right? Once if Whitey, you know, by the hundreds start getting arrested, there will be some kind of resistance. So that's what I'm talking about. Complete ignorance to the damage that this would do. Complete sucker. Likely a member of the petite bourgeois, right? Some kind of owner of some sort, some kind of manager. Car dealership, we'll say. Maybe he sells drugs. Maybe he's a dentist. Dentist vibes. So look at his hands. No. Maybe not dentist. Some kind of owner, manager. And this is, of course, his disgusting, corpulent, soda-filled fuckboy of a son. Anyway, used to be common knowledge that there wasn't a king. And now we got to deal with the motherfucks. So we're going to do something a little bit different. Of course, I do have the categories. We got hell, which is just the United States, basically, all that shit. Israel, ICE, Iran. We'll do Iran before Israel because it's shorter, not because whatever, right? Because it's shorter. Then we'll do ICE. Anyway, I wanted to do this a little bit differently. So headlines is filled with kind of the most important stories of last week. Kind of all bundled together. So it's kind of a hodgepodge of various things. But, you know, so I'll hit on the most important things instead of waiting hours and hours and hours to get to some of the bigger news. I guess, yeah, this is a good spot, good as any, to start right here. The Tucker Carlson, Ted Cruz interview everyone's talking about. Not to give this piece of shit any kind of, like, benefit of the doubt, because he doesn't deserve it. Ted Cruz, he's a piece of fucking poop. You know, literally. He's a disgusting human being. Living fecal matter. The way that Tucker Carlson, do you know the population? Do you know the makeup? The makeup? It's a little bit bullshit, but it's also the point is well made, and there's really two solid points. And it's not like I agree with Tucker Carlson or you know, this style of interviewing, because I think if you're gonna spring that shit, you should tell the person, hey, we're gonna talk about the population of Iran. You know, we're gonna be talking about demographics. I have a couple questions about that. Just a heads up, right? You know, it's okay to put that shit in the interview. Just say, I'm not going to tell you the questions, but just a heads up, you know, we will get into some of the numbers here. Here's some charts. Here's some of the numbers that I'm looking at right now, just to let you know, right? Just, you know, that's how you do it. The way that Tucker does it, like, I'm really smart. I looked it up on Wikipedia 5 seconds before the interview. It's like, you don't know it by heart. But the thing is that he's also a fucking politician. And he's currently voting for, supporting, getting on the media, which is what Tucker's point is like, you're trying to, you know, you're advocating for the overthrow of the fucking government. You don't know shit about the country. You don't know shit about the ethnicity. You don't know the amount of people that, you know, you're talking about toppling, right? You don't know shit about shit, which is all Tucker's point, and it's all correct. But at the same time, I'm not going to sit here and say that if Tucker pulled that shit on a lefty, I wouldn't be super pissed and pointing out how unfair it was, you know. Now, if he was interviewing a lefty that's like, I'm an expert on Iran, that's my whole thing. And then Tucker asks him, okay, how many people are in Iran? And he doesn't even know there's like 90-ish, 91 million. Okay, that's one thing, right? But if you're like a generalist, some kind of pundit, right? Or you're there to talk about something else and this conversation veers and you don't know the exact population of Iran off the top of your head, right? So I don't want to defend Tucker, but I also don't want to defend Ted Cruz. Tucker is correct that Ted Cruz is a fraud. Tucker is correct for the wrong reasons. He works for the goddamn Russians. Tucker Carlson, he's a propagandist, piece of shit, thinks he's clever, he's dangerous. But this was in the headline news.
Look, my father was imprisoned and tortured in Cuba. I hate communists. It was actually Batista that tortured my dad.
Wait, so why do I have the worst possible clip out of all of these here? Hold on. There's so much spicier clips. I can't believe this is the one that I have. I saw several and I thought I picked the right one. Tucker, yeah, Ted Cruz, it's top of the algorithm. Here, Tucker, no, I don't want to click on a Tucker Carlson. Here we go, David Pakman, here we go. Well, I want to give David Pakman the click.
Entertaining, but also most informative things that I have ever seen.
I got to go
Ted
check on my
Cruz and
dog
Tucker
real quick. I'll
Carlson
be right
sat down on
back.
Tucker's show yesterday.
Perfect timing, dude.
Ted
Fucking
and
perfect
Tucker
timing.
are both Trump guys, at least publicly. The reason I say at least publicly is
I've set it up.
Trump has
Have a watch.
previously
Thank you, David.
viciously
I'll be right
attacked
back.
Ted Cruz and his family, even calling his wife ugly. But publicly, Ted says they've made up and he's pro-Trump. All right. Tucker publicly is pro-Trump, but he has been caught privately texting things like, I despise Trump. But as far as he says publicly, he still generically is a supporter of Donald Trump. So the topic of Iran comes up. On this particular issue, Ted Cruz is publicly all for the United States joining the war against Iran. Tucker Carlson is not. And then the following happens. There is so much going on here. Let's take a look.
How many people live in Iran, by the way? I don't know the population. At all? No, I don't know the population. You don't know the population of the country you seek to topple? How many people live in Iran? 92 million. Okay. Yeah, how could you not know that? I don't sit around memorizing population tables. Well, it's kind of relevant because you're calling for the overthrow of the government. Why is it relevant whether it's 90 million or 80 million or 100 million? Why is that relevant? Because if you don't know anything about the country... I didn't say I don't know anything about the country. What's the ethnic mix of Iran? They are Persians and predominantly Shia. Okay, this is cute. It's not even. You don't know anything about Iran. So okay, I am not the Tucker Carlson expert on Iran. You're a senator who's calling for the overthrow of the government. You're the one who claims anything about the country. No, you don't know anything about the country. You're the one who claims they're not trying to murder Donald Trump. You're the one who can't figure out if it was a good idea to kill General Soleimani, and you said it was bad. They're trying to murder Trump. Yes, I do. Because you're not calling for military strikes against them in retaliation. And if you really believe that... We're carrying out military strikes today. You said Israel was. Right, with our help. I said we. Israel is leading them, but we're supporting them. Well, you're breaking news here because the U.S. government last night denied, the National Security Council spokesman Alex Pfeiffer denied on behalf of Trump that we were acting on Israel's behalf in any offensive capacity. No, we're not bombing them. Israel's bombing them. You just said we were. We are supporting Israel. High stakes. You're a senator. If you're saying the United States government is at war with Iran right now, people are listening. Hey.
This is truly amazing to watch for a few reasons. Now, first of all, this is not a serious foreign policy debate that you just saw, okay? This is a branding crisis inside of MAGA. This is like a public relations meltdown between two guys who helped sell Trump to the American people. Trump's anti-war mask is slipping off. And now you've got people like Ted Cruz and Tucker Carlson who helped build this monster trying to figure out what to do. Ted Cruz wants war with Iran, but he doesn't even really know very much about Iran. Okay. Tucker Carlson isn't offering anything real either. His big argument is you don't get to have an opinion on the war unless you know the ethnic breakdown and the population of the country. What is the bar now, right? You get to comment on foreign policy if you pass a pop quiz. But the important thing here is, of course, this is a building civil war within MAGA. Last night I was on Chris Cuomo's show on News Nation. And before I was on, there were two MAGAs debating pro going into Iran or against it. This is a building civil war within MAGA. But the bigger problem is that this is not about Ted Cruz or Tucker Carlson. This is what happens when you have a movement built on branding that is phrased as policy, but it's not really policy. And when you build it on branding, now the branding is crashing into reality. Trump was never anti-war. That was like a costume that he wore. He pretended to be religious. He's not religious. He said that he's against abortion and pro-life. He's never been against abortion until he became a political candidate. This is like waving around that Bible that he never actually read. It was whatever gets my base cheering for me. That's what Trump was willing to say. And when it stops being convenient, when it starts costing Trump politically, the branding vanishes. The anti-war guy becomes, we've got the best missiles and we're launching them and I might assassinate the supreme leader of Iran. The pro-life guy who's suddenly praising dictators. The Bible guy ranting about blood and revenge on Truth Social. So what we have right now is Trump escalating the war with Iran. The people who helped build this illusion of Trump as the anti-war guy, Tucker Carlson, Steve Bannon, Candace Owens, they're scrambling now because suddenly the audience might notice.
Right. Hopefully Pac-Man explained it all correctly. Thank you, Pac-Man. Appreciate it for that break. Had to take care of the dog. Right, that's why I'm here. Okay. Periodically, I will have to take a break. Hopefully, I won't have to take a break for a little while here. Let's keep it rolling here. And I agree with Strategy Member. You don't have to choose a side between a snake and a wolf in sheep's clothes. It's a good point. Good point. I agree. Moving on to the next story here. In our headline section. Okay, these are all the top stories throughout the week. SpaceX Starship 36 erupts in fiery explosions. I don't know if you saw this, but this is pretty fucking epic. Thank you. Sorry, guys. Real life, gets in the way. I don't, with a family, you don't really get when you're young, you get hours and hours to yourself. It's a fucking paradise. You have no idea that that people are working so hard to make that paradise for you, to give you that free time, to give you that leeway. Anyway, I'm not bitching. This is like number 36. Ship 36 conducts single-engine static fire at the Majesty Outpost. Holy shit. Like, I get, once in a while this happens, right? Cracking a few eggs, making an omelet, etc., etc. I get that. But, 36? 36? Are we serious with this SpaceX business? And we're supposed to believe that SpaceX is, more competent than NASA. We can replace NASA with this. These spaceships suck, by the way. Bunch of touch screens. Building a spaceship like you build a fucking car. Oh, make it look like a Tesla. There'll be brand synchronicity.
How does weather play into
possibly strategy? Big props, by the way, to Strategy Member. No, seriously, thank you for all your contributions in the Discord. Of course, I can't bring out every single one of them, right? Of course, I'm gonna be picky and choosy. I skipped a bunch of my own shit, but no, big props for all your contributions and your your input in the Discord. Keeping each other honest. Trying to debate things and. Not trying to destroy each other, but trying to better each other. That's what we're trying to do here. We're fighters in a war. It's an info war, but no, for seriously, that's, Alex Jones is the one reason why Alex Jones's rhetoric is so powerful is that it does scrape the surface of truth. We are under attack. Let's not get it twisted. The oligarchy wants they want everything. They want everything and then some, and then our corpse. Then they'll grind up our corpse and turn it into something useful. These people are voracious monsters. And I say that without any, doubt in my heart about what I'm saying. I'm not trying to be go too far. They're sociopathic, mentally ill monsters. The oligarchs that run our lives. They need to be quelled, cold. Not cold, sorry. Quelled. I take it back. Because we need to do is enforce the laws that are on the books. And if Trump, takes the time to erase them from the books, we'll put them back on the books. Tax them, right? You get a vote, you're a citizen. But that's it. Remove your ability to use your incredible amounts of money to change politics. And of course, tax you more appropriately. It's not rocket science. They want to make it like oblique, and it's just impossible and indomitable, right? Unstoppable. It's not true. A grand majority of them are like Elon Musk. Vain, incompetent, mediocre, surrounded by money and yes men and enablers. And that's why they are where they are. They're not where they are because there's some talent. Let's not get it twisted about who we're dealing with. The only reason they're winning is because resistance is so paltry, pale, shitty.
Yeah, probably. I mean, even the other day when they...
Holy shit bags. I mean, holy fuck sticks. Nothing. I mean, this is like highly flammable fuel, all combusting at once, so that you get the real Hollywood level spectacular explosion. The kind of bombs and stuff, they're more, they're not as like, this is like literally like if a psychopath took some of the most flammable liquids known to mankind and filled it up in a giant fucking silo and lit that shit on fire, like it blew off dynamite in the center of it. You know what I mean? Like, it's totally insane what we're actually witnessing here. The amount of flammable liquid just going up this quickly. It's totally bananas. And we're supposed to, and it's so weird because the stock won't even be affected. It's like, because people are like, no, Donald Trump and Elon Musk. Look at this fucking thumbnail, Jesus. All right, yeah, we need to do something against police brutality, 100%. Anyway, the reason why the Tesla stock and anything associated with Elon Musk is protected is because they think the government's going to protect, just like Boeing. And so it's like, and now it's turned into a race to curry Trump's favor. It's like, okay, I don't want to fix that discrepancy. I want to be part of the in club, and then it's all good. Hydrogen. Oh, wow. Okay. That's what it was. Well, I won't have time to read the headline, to read this fucking article to you, but I did want to point it out that Federal Reserve warns Trump's economy is about to get a whole lot worse. Trump's tariffs are directly to blame, says Federal Chair Jerome Powell. So he's pushing it further than just a few weeks ago. Fed Chair Jerome Powell took the podium on Wednesday to reaffirm what he's been saying for months. This economic downturn is a direct result of President Trump's tariffs. So I'll read his quote here. Increases in tariffs this year are likely to push up prices and weigh on economic activity. Here, I'll just read it properly. The effects on inflation could be short-lived, reflecting a one-time shift in the price level. So that's huge. It's also possible that the inflationary effects could instead be more persistent, Powell said. I mean, for him to be saying this stuff, everything that he says, apply like a multiplier to it, like a 2x multiplier, okay, video game guys? Because like for him to be pointing this shit out this directly, the feds normally weigh, we're doing it because the economic outlook doesn't, looks good or doesn't look good. Like they're very, very vague. They're not going to be calling people out, specific policies out. For him to be coming out making such direct statements tells me that the damage is incredible. For him to be saying maybe, he might as well be saying it's definitely happening. Powell said, quote, avoiding that outcome will depend on the size of the tariff effects and how long it takes for them to pass through fully into prices, and ultimately on keeping long-term inflation expectations well anchored. And the problem is, Trump's like, replace this guy. I want a sycophant. I want someone who's going to agree with me and double down and triple down on the tariffs. The tariffs are actually good. Jerome Powell just doesn't know what he's doing. That's Trump's opinion. He hears that. He goes, nope, he's wrong. I'm right. Think of the hurricane, right? Oh, the storm's actually going to come over here. Little Sharpie. Same thing with this. Oh, he's just not saying stuff I want to hear. So that's the problem. We just got to get a guy in there that says stuff that I like, and then the problem goes away. Same thing with COVID, right? Stop doing the tests. It's really, really bad news. So buckle up. If you live in the United States, seriously buckle up. I'm talking stocks, whatever, assets. Diversify. If you're doing something risky, reconsider. It's the time to hunker down. Prepare yourself for a big-time economic downturn. And for the rest of the world that's going to be dragged down with it, you should do the same. But, in context, Mr. Netherlands over there. Yeah. Mr. Netherlands. I'm not jealous. Oh, I'm not jealous at all. Beautiful Netherlands. Beautiful everything. People are beautiful. Your towns are beautiful. Fucking food's amazing. Your culture is rich and interesting. I'm not jealous at all. Not even a little bit. Back to the headlines. Iran fired around 20 missiles on Israel on Friday. Explosions were heard over Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. You know, I was told that this shit was slowing down. I'm not goading. I'm not bragging. I don't think this is good. I don't think this is great. These are civilians in a lot of cases, but I don't mean to be that guy, but I will point out that Israel does have a tendency to build military infrastructure right next to civilian infrastructure. Where have I heard that before? I'll just say that. Anyway, this footage is completely insane. Let's watch it.
What the
Yeah, what the fuck, indeed. I don't think people getting killed is cool. Yeah, I don't think it's cool in Palestine. You know, I don't think it's cool anywhere. And I'm gonna, you know, even though, you know, because like we can deal with the Israeli public that is wildly incorrect about Palestine. We can carrot and stick, you know. Oh, and they'll scream and scream and scream and scream about, oh, you're abandoning us, and how dare you cut off weapons, and how dare you support the boycott, divestment, sanction movement. I need a hat, dude. My hair. I wore a hood after taking a shower, and now I look like a fucking Hardy Boy. I look like a good little angel. My hair looks better when it's greasy. Right, but no, they'll scream and scream and scream. We're the victims. You're abandoning us. It's the only choice, though. And their leaders will make some hard decisions. They'll be forced to make hard. Even the extremists would, you know, who want to just like use every last bullet to kill every last Palestinian, would have to come to terms with that. Well, I mean, we're going to run out of bullets. Then we just, you know, and there's still going to be Palestinians alive. Then what? That's how you change this situation. The reason why we're not seeing that stuff is because Donald Trump makes it so obvious it's ridiculous. It's a comedic joke. But what's even funnier is that people that we're supposed to take seriously, like Keir Starmer and fucking Hertz Ketchup over there in Germany, and even Macron in France, they're still supporting this colonialism, this project that they were down for from the very get-go, you know? So it's really frightening footage, and I'm not going to sit here and deny the dark, disgusting irony that normally when I see footage like that, it's Israel pounding, you know, the one of the final buildings left standing in Gaza, you know. It's a disgusting, disgusting irony. That's all so brutally avoidable. Keeping it moving here. I don't know if have you guys heard this shit? No, the mainstream, you know, MSNBC and the proper news, CNN, all the proper news channels don't want to talk about this. Yeah. I was just shitting on Asmongold like 20 minutes ago, talking about how he's the fucking crusty king of the fucking about how that he doesn't know that he's doing this because he thinks he's clever, and he thinks, you know, he's being reinforced. So he thinks his ignorance is actually wisdom. But what he doesn't realize is that the reason why his ass gets face planted to the front is that the algorithm wants his message to succeed. His pro-fascism, pro-oligarchy, pro-nihilism message. He wants that message to succeed. The oligarchy does. The moneyed interests. I think more in the case of Asmongold and Kik, though, is that the owners of Kik are right-wingers that agree generally with the course of, the current course of America, which is fascism. So maybe that's the case specifically with Asmongold, but just in general, you see the algorithm favoring these messages more so than the left, because the leftist messages challenge wealth, they challenge the real sources of power, whereas right-wing messages tend to focus more on dividing and conquering the populace, the racism, the hatred, the social issues, the wedge issues. It's funny, they call us woke, right? But these guys care more about the right wing cares more about trans issues than trans people care about trans issues. You know what I mean? Like, trans people are, they're like, I got bigger fucking fish to fry than some high school track meet. Some trans teenager who competed in a fucking sports competition somewhere, fucking bumfuck nowhere. Your average trans person in the Castro is like, I got bigger fucking fish to fry. Anyway, back to this here. Have you guys heard about this? There's this, it's 60 Minutes Australia, straight up, okay? 60 Minutes Australia reporting on this. There's this big rumor that Donald Trump and Melania are basically separated, and they hate each other's fucking guts. And we did see that one piece of viral footage of Melania, doing a fake smile next to Donald Trump. Republicans on their way to spend 4 months in the legislative time. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Leon, exactly. Thank you, Leon, for coming back. I appreciate it. If this is the same Leon from the UK, I have your clip loaded up. Anyway, have you guys heard about this? Listen to this.
Does she love him, do you think?
At one point, I asked someone who's very close to them, and I said, so what's going on? And this person looked at me like I was a real dunce, and then said, she hates his fucking guts.
Michael Wolff doesn't mince his words, especially when it comes to Donald and Melania Trump.
Okay.
Can you give any insight into why Melania would hate her husband?
Well, I mean, other than the fact that he...
Yeah, what could it be? What could it be, guys?
Has a long history of relationships with other women,
porn
stars and the like, and that he's not a very nice guy, and he doesn't listen to anyone ever, so I doubt if he would listen to his wife. Should I go on?
Trump derangement syndrome. So, if he doesn't die before the end of his presidency, he might be dealing with a divorce by the end of this. But I don't know, though, because the thing that I've noticed about Melania, she's very transactional. I think as long as Trump is able to afford her, she'll stay. Moving on to the next story. Kenyan police shoot traitor at protests in Nairobi. So this, of course, is getting zero coverage in America. I saw this come across my algorithm. I was like, holy shit. Let's take a look.
In Kenya, police and dozens of men armed with whips and clubs have attacked protesters in the capital, Nairobi. They've been demonstrating against the recent death of a man in police custody. Albert Ojwang was a 31-year-old blogger who died just days after he'd been arrested.
Yeah,
police initially said he'd committed suicide, but an independent autopsy pointed to assault as the cause of death.
Police fire tear gas as they try to restore order on the streets of Nairobi. Clashes have erupted in the Kenyan capital. between protesters and police. Swarms of men on motorbikes also joined in and attacked the demonstrators with whips and clubs.
They are watching them terrorize people, stealing from people, stealing cameras from journalists. They are moving around in motorbikes, in whips, and they are masked.
Arrest and prosecute! Arrest and prosecute!
For days, Kenyans have been holding protests over the killing of Albert Ojiang earlier this month. He was a blogger and a teacher who was arrested over social media posts criticizing a senior police officer. He died days later in police custody.
People want to see justice done. People want to see that the cops who were responsible for the deaths are arrested and brought to book. That is what people are looking for.
Kenyan police
Justice
officers have appeared in
universal.
court in connection with Ojiang's death. The protests, meanwhile, look set to continue.
DW correspondent Felix Moringa was at that protest in Nairobi earlier today, and while there he witnessed what appeared to be two police officers approaching a civilian. You can see it in the footage here on the right-hand side, with one officer shooting him dead at close range.
I think Trump's a cornball. He loves gold. He loves the royal family. If Trump could choose, like his new title, it would be king. It would be king. I think that's the direction he would go in. He's that kind of guy.
Horrible scenes there on the streets of Nairobi, witnessed by our correspondent Felix Moringa. Felix joins me now. Felix, tell us what happened.
So the police were lobbing tear gas at protesters, and protesters kept pelting stones. So when they got to a road junction at one of the streets within the Central Business District, the police were trying to push back the protesters, and they were successful at it. They were pushing back and the protesters kept pelting stones. So what happened is that a group of police officers in 3 police Land Cruisers got to that particular junction. They alighted from the vehicle, and that's when between where the police were and where the protesters were pelting stones, this trader was standing.
That's a good point,
hiding so
Strategy.
that
I think I will agree with you on that one.
Hit by the tear gas, or could be, or also not be hit by the stones, and that's when 2 police officers approached.
He'll settle with king, but yeah, if he was king long enough, it would eventually be. Well, I basically am God. You should make me emperor.
This trader, the trader actually showed them the masks, the surgical masks that he was selling to the protesters. But one of the police officers shoved the trader with his gun. Then the other one slapped him, and that's when he shot him at close range. And then after that, he walked away as if nothing had happened. They went into the Land Cruiser, and as people shouted that, "You have killed him, you have killed him," the police officers who were in the Land Cruiser lobbed tear gas at these protesters who were calling them out for the shooting that had just transpired.
You were not the only witness. There were plenty of people there that saw what transpired. What are authorities saying about the incident?
So there was a group of journalists who are covering that at the same spot where this shooting took place. The police have released a statement saying that this particular police officer who took the shot has been arrested and will be arraigned in court. They've also denied that the innocent civilian died, but eyewitnesses, we were there, we saw it looked like this particular individual was shot dead. So the police account and the eyewitness account is not matching, because the police are denying that this particular protester, particular civilian, is not dead.
Cops lie.
But the eyewitnesses who are there, and even the individuals who carried him.
I don't like to say that. I don't say that with a smile on my face. You know, I want honest cops. I want accountable cops. You know, I want, they're already hardworking. That's no problem. But they're not trained right. Their worst impulses are reinforced. It's a corrupt institution, the entire American policing organization. I've said it before, I'll say it again. I believe in complete reform, top down, bottom up, change everything. Training, leadership, everything. How they deal with situations, what's allowed, what isn't, and completely crush the police union. Completely crush it. I say that as a leftist. The police union has got to go. DW News. It's funded by the German government. German BBC does a very good job covering politics outside of Germany. Is definitely biased somewhat when it comes to Germany. With that said, I've seen some very impressive reporting, critical of Angela Merkel, critical of the current government. It's definitely not sycophantic in any way to the German government. I will say this though, there, just like the BBC, just like France 24, there is the Western consensus bias. So, good luck seeing them identify Gaza appropriately, right? Stuff like that. Head 3 million miles better than CNN. We'll just say that.
Have a different account of what transpired there on the ground.
It's truly horrific. In past cases of police brutality, officers have...
Okay, so there we go. I don't have time for that final bit of the segment. She's a stone cold fox. Let's keep moving. Saw this tweet here. Israel media reports that air defense is costing Israel $285 million per day, which is fucking crazy. So we're talking about all the Iron Dome, all the stuff, those rockets. Each one of those rockets is multiple millions of dollars. It's not piddly, it's not laser beams, it's not magic. It's just literally rocket science. It's just really good, high quality rockets. That's what Iron Dome is. That shit's expensive, and it's not just Iron Dome. Multiple systems, like 4, I think, different systems from what I've seen from the last video we watched last week. Matt Kennard over here, interesting name, Kennard. Don't worry, Americans with no health care will pay. Totally, 100%. We don't need that shit, dude. We're actually stronger and better than the rest of the world, so we don't need health care. Zoran Mamdani! The motherfucker, dude. The motherfucker. Zoran Mamdani! Give me the motherfucking Zoran Mamdani, please. Give me a couple more of these motherfuckers, okay? Look, is this guy going to get in and not achieve all the things that he wants to achieve? And maybe he's kind of pushing things a little far on some stuff. Sure, fine. If this guy achieves 10 fucking % of what he's talking about, I'm on board. I'm a Zoran Mamdani guy. The alternative, Cuomo, nightmare. Does it need to be said? The man's a nightmare inside and out. And not even talking about the creepy sex stuff. But here we go. Zoran Mamdani, CNN, the strangest mouth in news. Let's go.
New York Times editorial board said they're not endorsing anyone in this race. They noted that you and Governor Andrew Cuomo seem to be the front runners. And they described your campaign as joyful. They say that you have a fresh style, but they also said, and these are their words, that you're running on an agenda uniquely unsuited to the city's challenges. That they called you a democratic socialist who too often ignores the unavoidable trade-offs of government, of governance. And they say that you basically want the government to operate grocery stores as if customer service and retail sales were strengths of the public sector.
So, oh no, what that sounds scary. What are they talking about? He's talking about a government-run grocery store, right, where it's subsidized groceries. They try to make it as cheap as humanly possible. Oh no, $1 billion grocery Safeway, right? Safeway over there lobbying, throwing millions of dollars. Don't do that. Don't feed people. Don't compete with us. Don't do that. We have them trapped. They have no choice but to go to the big $1 billion grocery stores. We can't have the government showing people that, prices could be lower. You know, you can't have the government competing with private industry. And I think it's actually super capitalist, quite frankly, to have the government subsidize and compete against these corporate entities, right? Because they have to, like, sometimes they just simply can't match, like with the produce, you know, and other things that are like heavily subsidized. There's just no way they can match that price point. So what do they have to do? What do you do? Well, you either give up because you're not a capitalist and you're a whiny little bitch, or like a true capitalist, you say, okay, well, we don't have the government funded potatoes, but we got really super awesome, great. Do I have that? No, I don't. I need to fucking fix my soundboard. I got the super great potato, right? I got the super amazing potato. Yeah, it's $1 more, but it's higher quality, and I shipped it straight from, you know, Simply Steve's house. It's amazing. You know what I mean? Like, you have to compete. You have to, you know, it pushes these corporate entities that, you know, that what they want is they don't want to have to get better. They don't want to have to actually participate in capitalism and have to make sure that their products are great and their service is great and that they're actually worth a damn. They want a super easy battlefield. You know, they want the, you know, they're the losers who play MMOs. They go out and they fight level 1 rats all day. Not even interested in the good mobs or whatever the MMO guys say. I'm trying to do the Asmongold thing. I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, so that's what they're talking about. Big, scary, government-run grocery stores would actually be a great idea. And quite frankly, I think you could make even a capitalist argument for some of these entities. You know, that would actually, you know, yeah, it would eat at corporate profits in some of these billion-dollar grocery stores. But too bad, so sad, quite frankly, in my opinion, because, like I said, in a very capitalist way, it can actually encourage them to get better. And if they can't provide something that's better than, you know, government provided, then what's the purpose of it other than profit seeking? You know what I mean? What is it actually providing? If the government one is so good, it could just blow them out of their business. Well, what does that say about your fucking business? And what does that say about, you know, the capitalist control over our food source? Is this really necessary? Right? Whoa, they got fruit roll-ups at the government grocery store. Fuck, I guess it ain't so bad. I didn't know that they sold fruit roll-ups at the government grocery store. I thought you could only get oats and flour and raw macaroni. Just handfuls of raw macaroni. They just hand you a handful of raw macaroni at the government grocery store. Oh, they have fruit roll-ups and they have Fruity Pebbles. Oh, shit. They have frozen burritos at the government grocery store. I guess I didn't need Safeway.
Minimizes the importance of policing. For someone who's not familiar with your platform, you have said you want free buses, city-run grocery stores, frozen rent. How do you plan to pay for those proposals?
So there are a number of ways.
So here is where your average liberal falls the fuck apart. How are you going to pay for it? How are you going to pay for it? How are you going to pay for it? Pivots, runs to Trump. Not your man, Mamdani. This motherfucker. Can we put this man in a cloning machine? Okay. Can we have, you know, does he have like 6 or 7 bastard children out there, like ready to become more Mamdanis? We need more Mamdanis, man. This guy, wait till you hear this, dude. He's so on point, sharp, blood out. I mean, it's so fucking silky smooth, dude. This is how you do it. This is how we win. I swear to God, this is how we win.
City-run grocery stores, frozen rent. How do you plan to pay for those proposals?
So there are a number of ways. The first is that freezing the rent does not actually require the city to spend any additional money. The city has a board called the Rent Guidelines Board, which determines whether or not rents for rent-stabilized tenants increase. And the previous mayoral administration froze those rents 3 times. What we are proposing is to build on that precedent. And to make buses free, it costs about $700 million. To deliver universal child care, we're looking at a cost of about $5 to $6 billion. We've put forward an economic plan that would raise actually $10 billion to not only pay for our agenda, but start to Trump-proof our city. And we do so in two key ways. We match New York State's top corporate tax rate to that of New Jersey at 11.5%. That raises $5 billion. And we increase personal income taxes on the top 1% of New Yorkers. These are New Yorkers who make $1 million a year or more, and we increase it by just 2%, $20,000, which is effectively a rounding error when you're making that much money.
Got the policy, he's got the numbers, he's got the answers. Okay? Mwah.
And those things together with good government reforms raise $10 billion a year. And ultimately what that does is not just provide for the economic agenda we've been running on to center working people at the heart of our politics, but also deliver a city with excellent public services. And when I speak to wealthy New Yorkers, I hear so often that concern around quality of life. And while I respect the dozen or so writers who make up the New York Times editorial board, I also know that their own panel of experts recommended our campaign as the leading campaign when addressing housing and quality of life.
Today, the New York Times editorial.
This guy rules. He fucking rules. Zoran Mamdani for King of America, all right? Dictator of America. They get to do it. They get to do it. Elon salute for Zoran Mamdani. I'm the most confused political commentator on the internet. Elon salutes for this progressive leader. Right? I don't know. That would actually get me more views if I was genuinely like that. If you just like, I would just like throw total curveballs. Like, we need better immigrant rights. And then I do an Elon salute. Like, this guy doesn't know what the hell's going on. So Kat Abu-Ghazala, who has not returned my offer. Just kidding. She's amazing. I love Kat. I really do. I've been watching her, you know, for a while on her social media, on her YouTube. It's really great. Okay, I'm not gooning. Maybe just a little. Maybe it's like 10% goon. All right, give me a break. But I think she's sharp as a tack, and just like Zoran Mamdani, right? She's with it. She's informed. She's a fighter. She's willing to stand up for herself. She understands that this is a fight. She's not looking for, you know, the easy path. She's looking to take, you know, do this from the left, right? Without corporate interests. She's great, and I wish her all the best. You know, this could be really bad, but AOC needs allies. We need young people in there. We need young people who know how to win. We need young people who know how to run. Right? Who know how to get into these seats of power. That's exactly what the fascists are doing. They're worming their way into power. That's what is Biden. Biden spends like at least like 30% of his disgusting podcast activating his audience, encouraging them to run for office, to get into these seats. And you know, we need fighters on the left, man. You are a man. You have the right to goon every now and then. Okay, she's a very young woman. She's very attractive and very smart. And just because I find that incredibly attractive doesn't give me any right to find that attractive, because that's how things work nowadays, and that's just how I need to deal with things.
Kat Abu-Ghazala, I'm running for Congress. Thank you. That is my name.
I'm not allowed to find this attractive.
Yeah, register to vote. Do that. I'm running for Congress in the 9th District of Illinois, and I have learned a lot.
She's doing all kinds of stuff. She's doing like food drives. This is like a stand-up comedy thing that she did. It's really, you know, very funny. You know, and even if she doesn't win, it's like, you know, she's not going anywhere. You know what I mean? She's not going anywhere. So it's just really great. I wish her all the best.
A lot about myself since running for office. For instance, I'm a social contagion. I am also a MAGA Hamas supporting Republican. And of course, a filthy carpetbagger.
Oh, carpetbagger. Classic.
But what I really am at my core is a researcher and journalist.
I've only
I
sent
started my
17
career at
emails.
Media
Come on,
Matters,
Strategy.
watching Fox News primetime every night, specifically Tucker Carlson. Yeah, it sucked. My brain is soup over here. In 2023, I started making video.
There's a motherfucking guy in the audience gooning. Like, chill out, bro. He's over here. Oh, he's like in love with her. He's like having a conversation with her in the audience. What's the name for this outside of gooning? Gooning's the only word for it because like it's the exact opposite of heckling. What is it? It still ruins the show, but he loves her so much. I'm so stoned. Look at my eyes. He loves her so much. He's like he can't help himself.
Explainers about what I was watching, and that's where I found my niche, explaining, distilling, and fighting far-right narratives. And while this has been great for me professionally, it has been awful for my most unhealthy hobby, which is falling down insane right-wing rabbit holes. Which brings me to my presentation today.
Really good content.
Michael Flynn wants to sell your blood.
Going after the right target.
But only if it's unvaccinated. My name is Kat Abu-Ghazaleh. I'm running for Congress.
She's great. She's fucking great. It's not simping yet, but it's getting further than that, honestly. Oh, shut the fuck up, okay? I'm showcasing her in my Young Politicians headline section, and we're moving on to the next one. I don't have 17 tabs open up in my exclusive grouping of Kat Abu-Ghazaleh clips. Okay, I don't have that. You can't prove that I do. So shut it. Trump's selling a fucking rip-off Chinese Android phone from fucking China. Suckers will eat it up. Apparently the website is simping. No, I am not simping. I am gooning. How dare you? How dare you compare me to the simps? So they found the perfect screenshot for Benny here. This is, Don Jr. or Eric here. I'm sorry, Eric. I can't tell the fucking difference. They're both the same pieces of scum. They look exactly the same to me. Eric Trump. Eventually, all the phones could be built in the USA. I think Benny asked him, "Are these all built in the USA?" No, it's. You've seen them, $30. It's probably like a $20 Chinese Android phone. I mean, these things are literally a dime a dozen. Cheapest shit you've ever seen. It's going to be gold. Apparently the website shut down. It's probably because it's sold out, not because it's like it's like shit. It probably is shit, but it probably like had a bazillion orders from a fucking million sycophants. We're going to get this piece of shit. Not made in America. Of course it isn't. Exactly, fucking ribbons. Exactly. The fucking gold rubs right off. Piece of fucking garbage, pile of trash, grifter crap. There you go. That's all I had to say about it. Moving on. Ridiculous. Shameful. Makes us look like complete idiots because we are. Donald Trump should be ashamed of himself, and we should all be ashamed of ourselves. He makes the presidency a complete fucking joke. I mean, what more can I say? Moving on. Kind of Alex Cole here with a great breakdown timeline of the current, if you want. I just wanted to give you an update on all the trade bullshit because, like, it's nonsense. Lies, fabrications. The problem with Trump is that he's just like with Putin. He doesn't want to give up anything. It's maximalist, complete, unconditional surrender. He said that a couple days ago, talking about Iran. But that's how he wants everything. He wants to go to China and say, you're going to give me a good trade deal, and then maybe I'll lift up the tariffs by half. And then in a couple months, maybe we'll talk about doing another deal, and then we'll lift the tariffs. And China's like, no, the fuck we're not, actually. We're not doing any of that. You're going to lift the tariffs up completely, and then we're going to have a discussion. That's it. And that's what everyone else is saying because they know Trump's a bitch. But Trump, it's It's his whole personality. He's put a lot into this. He has truly 100%, 110% believed in the power of these tariffs. He's bragging about the billions of dollars that are in the tariff fund. And he's like, well, there's so much money in there. It literally came out of the pockets of Americans, you know, who are already skimping by. So here's a timeline of these goddamn trade deals. Trump, I made a trade deal with Z. Hold on, let me get my goddamn.
China?
No, he didn't. G. Trump, I negotiated a ceasefire between India and Pakistan.
Bitch.
No, he didn't. Trump, I talked to Newsom. No, he didn't.
Bitch.
Trump, Iran called me. No, we didn't.
Bitch.
Stone cold, you know, and we're seeing this now with the assassination of the Democratic politician. Stone cold fabrications, lies, Goebbels level, Hitlerian level. I'm sorry to bring that up. Lies, stone cold lies at this stage. But, you know, the thing about the economy is that you can't just sweep it all under the rug, right? Every day, every single day, Republican families are feeling this. They're wondering what the fuck is going on with Donald Trump. My prediction is that before the end of Trump's presidency, we will see the right-wing MAGAs marching in the streets with lefties. That was my prediction before Donald Trump was elected. So anyway, I would like to remind you that Republicans are pedophiles. Yeah.
Donald Trump reminding you to fuck yourself.
Yeah.
You got it?
Republicans are pedophiles. Breaking, Republican South Carolina State Representative father and husband Roy John May III has been arrested for distributing over 200 child porn files under the username Joe Biden 69. He got him, folks. Distributing. That means he downloaded and shared. I'm not sure what that means. Sometimes that just means he downloaded a torrent and seeded it for 5 seconds, right? Because that's how torrents work. So it depends on their definition. Either way. Definey pointing out, bro, why is it always the fucking Republicans? Definey is being hyperbolic. I know I'm not supposed to say hyperbolic. I'm supposed to say it the other way, but I love saying hyper. But no, Definey over here is just blowing it way out of proportion. It's not like in the very next tab, I have another story about a right-wing Republican who's a pedophile that I was able to get just last week. These are two stories that happened within a week of each other. There's no fucking way. There's no pattern. It's just a coincidence that that's exactly what I have. Cynical, totally cynical. Wait a minute. The Republican who introduced the Trump derangement syndrome bill that proposed adding the definition of TDS to state law, which I reported on, regarding mental health care in Minnesota, was arrested for soliciting a minor. Ooh. Out there looking for child prostitutes. Okay. Former state senator Justin Ecorn traveled to meet a 17-year-old. He thought he'd met online. Instead, it was a cop posing as a minor. Officers found cash and a condom in his vehicle. There's a pedophilia epidemic in this party. He wanted to, this guy, this monster, this pedophile, okay, who wanted to rape a 17-year-old teenager, idiot, thought he was on top of the world. Yeah, I'm going to do it. Yay. I brought a condom. I brought some sparkling wine. He wanted to pass a law that would allow him and his cohorts to just point at somebody who's criticizing Trump and say, they're crazy. They're crazy. It's just literally like a Salem witch hunt. And then scoop you up like fucking, remake a loony bin, but just for liberals who criticize Trump? That'd be kind of a fun loony bin to be in. Like, if you gave us weed and cartoons and like cool movies to watch, you could probably shut us up for a couple months at least before we'd start bitching. Be like, oh man, it sucks that we got kidnapped and thrown in here, but we're all really baked and we're like watching we're watching The Big Lebowski right now, and we're talking about politics, and fuck if it isn't a great time right now. I'm not saying I don't want to get out of here, but I do. Maybe I would finish the movie first. That's what this guy wanted to do. He wanted to throw us all into a leftist concentration camp because we dared criticize, Heil Donald Trump, right? Hair Donald Trump. Weed, cartoons, and no rent. Sign us up the hell up. Exactly, dude. They kidnap us out of our fucking grocery store job. Throw us in a concentration camp. Yeah, okay, it sucks here and everything, but they passed a doobie and we got Ren and Stimpy on the TV right now, so I don't know. Someone smuggled in a GameCube. We got a Smash tournament happening in a couple hours. I'm not saying I don't want to leave, because I love my family. I got to get out of here, but I am going to fuck some shit up and Smash in a couple hours, homie. Unless we're leaving, then I'm fucking shit up. That would shut up hundreds of thousands of liberals. Moving on, I just wanted to highlight one of the many insane things that Donald Trump said throughout the week. Get my soundboard ready. Obama. There she be. Too many non-working holidays in America. So this is Donald Trump, folks. This is the big winning. This is why you voted MAGA. Fucking squirting jack-offs. Hold on. I need to make sure this is in my Discord activism resources, because I like to put things like, how right-wingers are like, are you sick of the winning? Like, oh, I love Trump. It's so great. I love Trump. He's helping me out. He's helping the working class. Right. Even though it doesn't work, it still feels good. Even though it's masturbatory, sometimes we got to masturbate. So I like to have these to pull up for the next right-wing prick dick who likes to brag about Trump. Because look at this tweet, dude. Bitch. Too many non-working holidays in America. What? Bitch. It is costing our country billions of dollars to keep all of these businesses closed. If you've ever worked retail, you know for a fucking fact that there's only one fucking holiday where you get a day off, and that's Christmas. Every other holiday, you're supposed to be working because everyone else is supposed to be shopping. So this motherfucker's like, you get too many days off. We get one fucking day off. It's Christmas, bitch. Every other day is on the fucking table. If you work retail, every holiday that isn't Christmas, you work time and a half. So you have to work at least 4 hours. Oh, well, then what's the big deal? Well, you still got to travel there. You still got to wake up, show up for work, get your ass done. Yeah, sure, you get home half a day early. But, right, you miss the parade, you miss the party, you miss the thing, right? This motherfucker over here, there's too many working holidays. What non-working holidays? It's just Christmas. The workers don't want it either. Really? The workers don't want days off. That's what they voted for. Make America great again? I hate my days off. Wait a minute. Soon we'll end up having a holiday for every once working day of the year. It must change if we're going to make America great again.
I don't wear a toupee.
So that's what's going on in Donald Trump land. So, you're not in La La Land. You know, talking to a Republican will make you think like, man, I must be fucking crazy, right? This guy's like, everything's great. Are you serious? Everything's peachy keen. Are you insane? Yep, everything's great. It's like, wait a minute. No, man. This guy hates the working class. He's a bumbling fool like you are, but that doesn't mean he's not working against your interests. Labor Day should be a public holiday for the people's flag as the deepest red. Ooh, I like that. Leon, you're spitting fire, man. Leon, we got to get you running for office, buddy. You're prime cut beef, baby. You're ready for prime time. I think we got to get you out there. Next, over in the headlines, G7 leaders blasted for quote-unquote morally indefensible failure on crises of war, poverty, and climate. So, of course, I don't have time to read the headline, to read the fucking thing, but because it's the headline section. But this article basically gets into, I did skim it. The article does get into, here's the link. The article basically gets into how it was all about Trump leaving and they didn't really, make any really concrete agreements on anything. And you got all these fucking world problems. And, and of course, Trump leaving fucked things up. But it was just like they weren't able to accomplish anything. It just seems scattershot. Trump was able to just completely delegitimize it with like just a couple statements like, how come we don't add China and Russia? What's going on here? You guys are like, what's the deal? I thought you wanted peace. Now you guys are the real warmongers. That kind of fucking bullshit. Completely over his element, out of his element there. But of course, because he's swinging the biggest dick, everyone wants a little piece of the pie. They kept their mouth shut. Wanted to make deals, so the whole thing fell apart when Donald Trump left. I like to. Currently training to be a teacher, which has stable employment. All right, Leon. All right. Well, you'll be a great teacher, buddy. We need great teachers. So you follow your dreams, man. You follow your dreams. Trump's quote-unquote one big beautiful bill. We'll move it on. Next headline. I'm a professional. Professional hoodie. That's why I'm wearing. So this news professional. Trump's quote-unquote one big beautiful bill just collapsed as parliamentarian blocks it and GOP civil war erupts. So this actually happened to Joe Biden, and he just used it as an excuse to give up completely on the Build Back Better agenda, which was supposed to be so goddamn important. But he just kind of gave up on it. I don't know about this, right? I didn't even skim this article, so I just wanted to read this headline. I don't know where the reality is. I really feel like this is going to pass. They're going to get this through. It's horrid. But it does, they're over here trying to lie to everybody. Like it doesn't cut Medicare, it doesn't cut Medicaid. And it's like, no, it like really cuts it to the fucking bone. And it's gonna have ramifications immediately for like tens of millions of Americans if this shit passes. Oh wow, that's great, Leon. Well, I'd love to hear that from the UK there. Society is better when teachers are respected and well paid, or at the least well respected. It's probably the compensation still isn't fair enough for the amount of training and professionalism that's required. Because remember, you're not just teaching people, you're teaching children. Which is a fucking nightmare. So, you need extra qualifications to deal with that shit. Big bitch bill sounds more apt for how fucked the state will be. Oh, man. And yeah, it's not even getting into all the other shit, all the cuts, the deregulation, right? Letting them put shit and poison and you just name it into our food and everything. Not even talking about NASA, all the shit that they, everything, man. It's just disgusting, the shit that they want to cut. Next headline here, Trump says U.S. intelligence wrong about Iran not building nuclear bombs. So the basic gist is that Nikki Haley came out, right? Nikki Haley, that's that stupid... Wait, oh, sorry. Yeah. Wait, no. Tulsi Gabbard. Yeah, sorry. Okay. Tulsi Gabbard came out and said, yeah, Iran does not have a nuclear weapons program as far as we know. Iran, she was in a hearing, and the Democrats, this does show the value of those hearings, right? I never disagree with those hearings. They are theatrical. But it's like if you just do the hearings, you just do the theater. And then you don't follow up with any kind of procedure, any kind of policy, nothing, right? What's the point of the goddamn hearings? Well, at the very least, Tulsi Gabbard was pressed on this question about Iran. Do they have a nuclear weapon? She's like, no, they don't have a nuclear weapons program. Donald Trump, just like with the hurricane, just like before I talked about that, with the hurricane, squeaks, oh, the hurricane's going to go over here, actually. Scientists are wrong. It's actually going to go over here. He's doing the same thing with Iran, just manifesting us into a fucking war. This is like we thought it was dumb when George Bush did his, bullshit. 9/11 made it pretty easy. But we thought that shit was, amateur hour. We thought that shit was like, clown town. And this guy's just like, believe me, vibes. My vibes are really, really fucking ringing. Super duper vibes against Iran. Yo, gotta go after him, dog. Basically. Nukes bad. That's why we gotta nuke them. Nukes around the table. So a lot of the streamers have been flipping the fuck out about nukes, and they're in their right to do so. I'm not flipping out about the whole tactical nuke thing, because that's just how Donald Trump is. He just, everything's on the table. Yeah, because that's probably how this whole thing started with the nuke shit. Like, oh, you guys considering nukes? So we're considering everything. We're big tough guys. We're big tough motherfuckers. We do all that kind of fucking. We're motherfuckers. We fucking and fucking. Right? Just like that. It's exactly it. Yep. On the table. So I don't think they're going to use it. But yeah, just to point out how absurd it is, we're going to nuke the fucking refinery. And is anyone worried about radiation getting into Israel? No one's tripping about that, though. Tactical nukes. Moving on to the next thing. The Tucker bullshit. I don't have time for this. Fuck this. Moving on. I wanted to talk about this real quick because this they have reached a new low. I was hinting at this a little earlier. The Republicans have reached a new low when it comes to lying. We have reached Goebbels level of stone cold lies. So what is this referencing? Benny Johnson, who is a self-proclaimed Christian fascist or theocrat, something like that. One of those trigger the libs content creators. God is great. I love a dictator. Trump can do no wrong. He's defending Senator Mike Lee, his statements about how the shooter who assassinated a Democrat and almost killed another Democrat with a hit list filled with Democrats, including the guy who just ran for vice president, is a communist. That's what Mike Lee said. This is what happens when communists take over. Something about that. So some kind of fucking communist thing. They had it coming. This is what happens when you support communism. I think that's something like that. And this is why I wanted to talk about this, because they're not shying away from this. Maybe last year, Benny Johnson would have shied away from that. Made a quick statement about, guys, it's pretty obvious that this was let's not be stupid here, guys, right? Like, I condemn violence on both sides. It's pretty clear where the shooter's motivations, and I condemn them even though I'm on the right and I agree with Trump and I disagree with this. Maybe a year ago, that's kind of the kind of shit that they would have to ride, because it's so blatantly obvious. His fucking best friend in the world, his fucking part-time roommate, weird situation there. is like, no, dude, listen to Alex Jones, total Trump supporter, total Trump voter. You know, they were like best friends in the world. The guy was like heartbroken. He's like, I don't even know what to think, you know. But no, he's my friend, etc., etc. It's totally obvious he's a right-winger, 100% clear. So what are we seeing now from the right wing? This acceptance, this like dipping their toes into complete fabrication. Mike Lee is right. Total fabrication. It was right-wing political terrorism. It was a right-wing political assassination of a sitting Democratic politician. It doesn't really get more serious than that. Like, are we Mexico now? That shit just happens now? Lefties get fucking God on stage doing their fucking speech? That's how we roll now, Benny? Yeah, because that's communism. When bad stuff happened, communism. Cool, so that's just a total fabrication, and we're just going to let you get away with that, huh? Yeah, you have to, because free speech. You have to let fascists completely lie to everybody, and there's absolutely nothing that could happen to me. I don't think you should get banned off social media, but I think, you know, there should be the ability. Like, I really like the whole idea of like the feature that Elon Musk is trying to destroy, but the community notes. You know, I think the power of community notes is actually really understated. Like that's a pretty necessary feature. I'd like to see Blue Sky. If Blue Sky doesn't already have that feature, they should steal it. Because Benny Johnson is allowed to be wrong. Benny Johnson is allowed to be stupid and even bigoted, and, you know, to a common sense degree, right? So what do we do? What do we do? How do we combat Benny Johnson and intentional lies while supporting liberty, while supporting free speech, which doesn't mean complete and total speech, right? On a, you know, fire in a crowded theater, etc. How do we combat that? With more free speech, with more democracy. Not less. We don't kick Benny Johnson off the fucking social media. We just put a little, you know, we just let people make a little comment, you know, oh, by the way, grand majority of people who saw this post would like to point out that the person that Mike Lee was referencing assassinated a Democrat, voted Trump, was a Republican, and had a hit list filled with Democrats. He was clearly a Republican going after Democrats. Right. So we combat misinformation with stuff like that. And I think community notes is a great way to do it, which is why Elon Musk wants to destroy it. He's currently trying to destroy his own AI. We're going to get into that in a second. Intentional racism from JD Vance. Listen to this. Calling Alex Padilla, who is a politician, sitting politician in California, intentionally calling him Jose. And this is intentional racism.
Keep getting handcuffed. The New York Times just did a story. They keep getting handcuffed, suggesting that the Trump administration is cracking down on Democrats. Can you comment on that?
Well, I was hoping Jose Padilla would be here to ask a question, but unfortunately, I guess he decided not to show up because there wasn't the theater.
Right, and then he gets into his little song and dance. That was not a slip. It's intentional. He slipped it in intentionally. It's about controlling media and narrative, getting back into the media, getting back into the narrative. He thinks he's clever. He thinks he's cute. It's intentional racism. Back in the day, we used to call this dog whistling. They don't really bother with dog whistling much anymore, but this is what crypto fascists do. This is what crypto racists do. They dog whistle. It's intentional. Thankfully, because normally it goes ignored, quite frankly, you don't really see it much. because then they might think Morning Joe is woke. We can't talk about race and gender issues anymore because then they'll think we're woke. Women need to get back in the kitchen, but we don't really think that. We're still lefties, but we can't really talk about it. So that effectively puts us right back to where we were. But let's not talk about that because then we're woke. We're not right wing. We don't agree with the right wing, but we are afraid of being perceived as left wing. Can't be woke normally. But over here, LA Mayor Karen Bass, who, I don't know, maybe she's feeling on fire. Maybe she's feeling like she needs to start, being more vocal after, her city is still being occupied by the fascistic Trump Republican who wants, like, there's a massive crisis. LA's on fire. And it's like literally one street now or barely anything. Like one alleyway or something. Like it's piddly fucking fart nothing right now in the streets of LA. Cops barely need to be there, let alone the fucking army. And he wants to do the same thing with LA that he did with the immigrants in his first term, where he pretended there was this massive caravan crisis. Tens of thousands coming across the border. They're coming, it's a tsunami. It's literally a tornado of human beings blasting through. It's like a video game, folks. You wouldn't believe it. Human beings flying everywhere. They're a tornado. It's unbelievable, folks. They're going right for the children. They're going to immediately, as soon as they get down, they're going to give the children spicy candy, spice-covered mango, tamale-covered mangoes, and heroin. And fentanyl. So, that's what he did in the first term. Completely manufactured crisis. So he wants to do the same thing with LA. He doesn't want to back down because it'd be seen from his perspective as a loss, which I guess it is. It was a loss from the very beginning, but he doesn't want to be, he wants this to be a win somehow. We fixed the problem. We solved it. It was the military. It was my decision. It would have been chaos without me. That whole thing. So he doesn't feel satisfied that he's snagged the win yet. So he's kept them there. Are they still sleeping on the fucking floor? Hopefully someone sent them some cots. Anyway.
Million people. And finally, Mr. Vice President, how dare you disrespect our senator? You don't know his name, but yet you served with him before you were vice president, and you continue to serve with him today, because the last time I checked, the Vice President of the United States is the President of the U.S. Senate. You serve with him today, and how dare you disrespect him and call him Jose? But I guess he just looked like anybody to you. Well, he's not just anybody to us. He is our senator. And you fly in, you parachute in the city. I don't know if you've ever been here before. You parachute in the city, you pass all kinds of judgment, and then you leave. And you add to the provocation, you add to the division, or you attempt to create division in our city. But I just want you to know that our city is standing together. We are united. You might attempt to create division, but you are united. Standing with me today are
100%. Good for her. Lovely to see. Need more of it. Now, she's the exact kind of Democrat that's like, I'll get right behind Hillary Clinton or right behind Joe Biden. So let's not get our fucking dicks twisted here, but it's good to see. Last bit of headline news before we move on to, what are we moving on to? I guess we've done a lot of U.S. news, so we'll do Iran and Israel next. Last bit of headline news, though, is Mahmoud Kali speaks to press for the first time since being released from ICE detention. He says there are hundreds who are still detained that shouldn't be, but are being actively dehumanized by the Trump administration. So I thought we'd give you a little clip here from the MSNBC weeknight. I'm obsessed with news.
The hundreds of men who I left behind me shouldn't be there in the first place. The Trump administration are doing their best to dehumanize everyone here. Whether you are a U.S. citizen, an immigrant, or just a person on this land, doesn't mean that you are less of a human.
Beautiful words. Absolutely beautiful words. I just want to say, we have an opportunity to defeat this. It's actually, Trump has made it very easy for us. Tyranny has a face. Fascism has a face. Our oppression has a face. It has a form. All we need is literally just a little bit of action from a lot of folks, but not everyone, not even a majority. We activate 10-20% of America on the left. We have an unstoppable block across America, right? We form something, anything, we get behind, because really we just need to get behind like 3 pillars, single payer healthcare for all, undoing Trump. I think that should be one of the pillars, right? Undoing Trump. Whatever Trump has done, we undo it. Whoever the next leftist leader gets in there, we have to delete Trump. And then number 3, no more wars, something like that. No more wars, right? Really universal stuff, and we just repeat it over and over and over and over and over again. We can defeat fascism if we do that, and we will have the right wing marching with us, because their condition will be intolerable for them. Folks, let's not forget why we're here. We're here to create real change. Lick on my nuts on my Disney. Let's not forget why we're here. The big list of fucking protests, folks. The goddamn blob. If you don't know what the blob is, it's called the big list of protests. This is how you get involved. Changing the world is just as simple as 1, 2, 3. Step 1, we inform ourselves. That's why you're here. So you're already doing step 1. Your curiosity has brought you here. Congratulations to the underground. Welcome to the underground. Step 2 is we show up. We sign up, right? Find something we like from the big list of protests. Sign up. We show up. It's just that easy. Don't even need to sign up. Just show up. But get to know these people. If you like the movement, if you like the folks, sign up. And then step 3 is we got to take it seriously. Treat this shit, like an obligation. Once a month, once a week, we ask ourselves, what are we doing? What are we doing for the movement? Step 1, 2, 3. That's how we create political change. Nonviolent, direct political action. Treat it seriously. Put in the work like Charlie Kirk, as I say. That's it. That's it. And sleep like a baby, knowing that you've done your part. That's all I ask. I don't have time. Then donate. If you don't have that much time, then you're working. That means you got at least a little bit of money. Scrape off 1% and 1% and 1%. Give them 5 fucking bucks. Dip your pinky toe in the goddamn water and give one of these organizations that you like 5 fucking bucks. Anything is better than stone cold nothing, which is what we got from most people who lean left. Most people in America are stone cold socialists, straight up. When you ask them the question in the right way, right? Do you think people should be taken care of if they go to the hospital? Well, yeah, I think so. Do you think people should be able to go to college? If they so desire, even if they can't afford it, they should still be able to go to college. Yeah, no, I think if they want to, there should be some way for them to go to college. Go to the fucking reddest, stinky armpit of America and ask those questions and tell me if you don't leave thinking, well, holy shit, these guys are fucking Marxists. They believe in socialized healthcare. They believe in socialized education. They believe in socialized this and socialized that. Ask them. Hey, do you think the government should provide jobs if there isn't enough jobs, in the private market to make up the difference? Yeah. Cleaning up the gutter or, building bridges or digging ditches and, doing all that shit. Yeah, the government should give them jobs. There's nothing wrong with that. Go to the reddest, stinkiest arm fucking pit in America, and that's what you're going to hear. Stone cold socialism, dog. I shit you not. The reason why neoliberal Democrats don't deliver those messages is because they don't want to. They're neoliberals. They're Reagan. They believe in Ronald fucking Reagan. Trickle down. They're a fucking nightmare, and they are the reason why we are here. Neoliberals. They are the reason why we're dealing with fascism. They left the door wide open. They did not protect the Constitution. They did not protect our democracy. And now they're letting absolute amateur hour fools run the show now after they themselves shit the bed with Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. Neoliberals are the reason why we're here. Moving on to the next segment, Iran. 1 second. They're a disaster, folks. Nancy Pelosi, all the rest of them, complete fucking disaster. I say that without any, you don't need to be a scholar. You don't need to be a political scientist to know that these people are political fucking failures. Nancy Pelosi and the rest. They don't know what the fuck they're doing. And they strut around, oh, I can raise money. I can raise money. I mean, you're the sloppiest whore at the fucking orgy. Whoop-de-doo. Whoop-de-doo. Wipe your face and quit fucking bragging. Right? That's why it's like so refreshing with Kat Abu Ghazala and Mom Donnie over here. Some actual people. Some politicians. Because there used to be some fight to these people. Now they're just sloppy whores for corporations, too afraid to say one thing or the other. So they often say nothing. Neoliberal Democrats. Moving on to Iran. Wanted to show this meme because it's perfect. This is, if you're on social media, this is exactly what you've seen. President of peace. That's what we voted for. Oh, we hate the war in Iran because that's what we were told to do. Or we hate the war in Ukraine, sorry, because that's what we were told. We don't know what the hell we're talking about, but that's what we were told. War with Ukraine bad, costs a lot of money, even though it doesn't. It would be amazing for the world, quite frankly, to defeat Russia in this endeavor to absorb Ukraine. It would be an amazing feat. No, I believe lies. So that was like months ago, months ago. Like 12 weeks ago kind of shit. Oh, no. Okay, now we're starting a war in Iran. Oh, that's cool. That's based. Does anyone who even remotely hovers around Asmongold, has he given his opinion on Iran? Does he think it's based? I bet he fucking does, doesn't he? Does XQC think it's based? World War III now? Oh, it'd be kind of cool. I don't know if we nuke somebody. That'd be kind of neat. We haven't done that since like World War II. That'd be kind of neat, bro. Be kind of based, bro. Be like in Fortnite, bro. Like when they changed the map. You know what I mean? It's like crazy. Like, meet you down in Tomato Town, bro. I'm gonna nuke you, bro. I tell my millions of young, impressionable followers that nuking shit is cool. XQC's lips are still glistening from his fucking enthusiastic blowjob that he gave Donald Trump over here telling people how to fucking think. He's an embarrassment. I wanted to show this beautiful fucking video, gorgeous video out of Iran, right? Because once again, we're seeing the propaganda, just like Iraq, just like Iran, just like Afghanistan, just like Palestine. Brown people. Whoa, brown people. Oh my God. Some of them are Muslim. Oh, do they eat dirt? Do they just walk into the desert and eat handfuls of sand? Is that what they do? Do they drink blood? Turn into vampires? Are they vampire? They're daywalkers. So it's all happening again, dude. It's like, I lived it, man. I cut my fucking teeth when I didn't know what I was talking about. But I cut my absolute teeth on the Bush administration. Did a bunch of my protesting for the first times, right? Going out protesting the Iraq war or Afghanistan. And it's all happening again. Oh, now all of a sudden they're savages. Now all of a sudden it's a scary Muslim country filled with scary brown people who eat handfuls of sand. Or this is the reality of Iranian society. All right, spooky theocracy. They hate America. Now, is it like this everywhere? No. Do they have their incredibly conservative areas? Absolutely. Absolutely. They have their incredibly conservative areas where you're going to get harassed by the morality police, etc., etc. And sometimes the morality police will just come to places like this and just, start harassing people. And the theocratic government allows them to. So things aren't perfect there. But what do they want you to believe? Look at that little baddie. No, she's a little cutie. What do they want you to believe? Oh, they're monsters. Be afraid. Be scared. Be scared. It's a beautiful society. It's a beautiful culture. Beautiful people. It's not perfect. Okay. But, if they want to change the government, if they want to depose the Shah depose the Grand Ayatollah, the supreme leader, if they want to change that, they should be able to do that themselves. The 91 million should be allowed to do that. They don't need Israel's help. No, this doesn't help Scott Galloway. I got clips of fucking Scott Galloway shit in his fucking mouth. Embarrassing. This pampered fucking millionaire thinks he's got all the fucking answers. He's fucking completely pooping his pants. So look forward to that, right? Scott Galloway's been a little darling because he had the audacity to point out that Elon Musk is a out and proud fucking Sieg Heil motherfucking fascist. So he's like, yeah, I have eyeballs, I can see. And everyone in mainstream media wanted to give him a big fucking sloppy. Meanwhile, Scott Galloway wants to talk about, ending Social Security, and he just fucking, he's fallen flat on this because, yeah, he's going pro-Iran war. Is this the good war? Is this the good war? They're trying to sell it to us like, just like they did Iraq and Afghanistan. Just a quickie, in and out, blop, blop. Just the tip. Just the tip. It's all good. Wore a condom. Okay, I won't push it that far. That's disgusting. Don't do that. Come on, buddy. Come on. You have no viewers anyway. No one's chatted in 20 minutes. Congress, so embarrassing. Moving on to the next story. Congress must pass my bipartisan war powers resolution with Rep. Thomas Massie to prevent U.S. from entering war with Iran. So we have Ro Khanna here. Cenk Uygur and Kyle Kulinski and Crystal, they had a big fucking blowout debate, and much respect to all of them for having that debate. Cenk Uygur kind of wanted to bail a little bit there, but then he kind of calmed down near the end of it there. No problem, Strategy. I'm just shitting on myself because I'm so pathetic. I'm still kicked off. Thank you, fucking Ribbons. Thank you, Strategy. You guys fucking rock. Thank you. Thank you. It does help. It does mean a lot. Thank you for being here because, I'm still kicked off Twitch. They're making me serve every fucking minute. They're making me serve every fucking minute. That's what I get for showing Russia getting its dick blown off. I'm sorry. We're pro-invasion now. That's how we roll, huh? Okay, anyway. I'm not butthurt. So anyway, back to Cenk Uygur, Cenk Uygur, Crystal, and Kyle having this debate. And I basically agree with what Cenk is saying, which is if we have people on the right that want to be broken clocks, and there's some way, some avenue to work with the party that's in power to do anything, we should at the very least consider it, right? Because that's where Ro Khanna is coming from. He's like, we don't agree on much, Massie, who's proud pro-January 6th, libertarian, fucking pro-fascist, pro-MAGA, votes Trump 95%, right? But he pretends he has libertarian credentials, just like Rand Paul does, and he's holding firm on this. You know, like there's certain things that he can lie about and skirt around, other things that he's simply like, look, my whole like fucking shtick is this, and if I do this, then I've kind of destroyed my shtick, right? So they're pushed up into a corner. That's what happened. That's what's happening with Thomas Massie and the Iranian war. He's like, look, man, I can't fucking support this. I can usually eat shit and just support the Trump administration on this, but I can't do that with this one. So Ro Khanna's like, okay, great. You're in power, but I will work with you exclusively in an isolated sense on this one issue because it's so important to prevent the Iranian war, right? To prevent the U.S. troops, boots on the ground, going into Iran. Ludicrous, right? Few more days. Thank you, fucking ribbons. And that's what Cenk Uygur is saying. He's like, the left shouldn't, right, call. He's trying to say that we can't do that while also calling them fascist and fascistic. We have to choose one or the other. And it's like, no, I disagree, because like on this situation, Thomas Massie needs us more than we need him, the left. Right? He wants to stop this. He doesn't want to vote for this or support this, and he doesn't want to be alone. It would look better for him if he was effective, if he could get Democrats on board with this and then actually be effective at stopping this. That would actually be a power move for him, right? So he wants this to be a win for him. And so, right, we on the left, there's no problem with that. But like Cenk Uygur is trying to say, you know, because he's trying to defend himself, you know, doing those appearances at TPUSA conferences and making an argument that you know, that if MAGA does something correct, it's counterproductive to still call them fascistic. Even though he acknowledges that MAGA, like 95% of the shit that MAGA is going to be doing is negative. But he has this big hang up about, you know, not calling them fascist and avoiding that word, avoiding that term. He really thinks he's right about this. And it's like, no, his instincts are wrong on this. And it's like, no, we need to be combating this tooth and nail. We need to be calling it out for what it is. He did not acknowledge the fact that because he made this argument to Crystal, you know, before Trump was elected, that, oh, well, let's see what MAGA does. Let's see if they lower the Pentagon's budget. So that was the thing that he was on the stream to talk about. And he didn't acknowledge it at all. So it's like, so we have to disarm ourselves. We have to tiptoe around what these people are and what we call these people, on the off chance that we get to work with them when they need us, right? When they need us. So that's why we need to tiptoe around this language, is for these anomalous events like this, right? That's why we have to tiptoe around language, and we can't call them fascists. And, you know, we shouldn't, you know, when we hear Charlie Kirk's name, we shouldn't immediately start criticizing Charlie Kirk. We should try to find the places where we agree with Charlie Kirk. It's like, it doesn't feel right because it isn't right. That's not how we fight. Yeah, Tisreal, unfortunately. I'm going to be covering Ukraine when I get to the hell section after Iran and Israel. I got to quit bloviating here. But anyway, I just wanted to talk about this, because I watched this really cringy thing last night with Crystal, Kyle, and Cenk, and it got pretty heated. But yeah, I think ultimately, because this has come up before, I've watched a lot of TYT lately. They are not right wing. They are not doing a Dave Rubin. You know, they're not doing a Dave Rubin by any means. But he's doing this weird thing. It's just really weird. It's just like, because this is not how we're going to win. We need to focus on creating change from the left, not because like the whole crux of the argument is that, you know, we're going to change the Republicans that still have some common sense. But it's like that was Hillary's whole plan, right? Going after the moderate Republicans, going after the middle of the road Republicans. And it totally failed because, yeah, maybe you'll get a couple of them, you know, because Donald Trump is a Looney Tunes, but you're not going to get enough of them to really to add to your coalition that could make it great, to make it large, big enough to destroy this fascistic dictatorial takeover. And Cenk Uygur's like, oh, don't say those words. Don't call it what it is. Still fight it. Don't call it what it is, but still fight it. Even though he doesn't really have any victories to show for it right now, the Iran war is probably going to happen. You know, so he's all strutting around making this argument. See, we're going to end the Iranian war. We're going to end the Iranian war. Steve Bannon went groveling to Trump. Tucker fucking Carlson went groveling to Trump. Oh, I'm so sorry. I criticized you. I went too far. Right? Trump was quick to point that out about Tucker. Oh, he called me up and he apologized. He kissed the ring. You wouldn't believe the sloppy he gave me. So wet. So Cenk Uygur's over here, like, you know, claiming he's got dubs. And it's like, there's no dubs. Your strategy has so far produced 0 dubs. And what do we have to show for it? Like, you know, a bunch of wasted time criticizing, nitpicking the left and messaging when we should have been coalescing. We can't even agree that this is a fascistic movement, MAGA. It's like, Cenk, I don't know if you're helping. I really don't know if you're helping, man. Anyway, Ro Khanna's message here about working with Thomas Massie. By the way, I agree with this, and I generally agree with the message that Cenk Uygur is saying, which is like, once again, if they want to be broken clocks, if they want to work with us on anything, that's especially if it's going to help the American public in any kind of way, and avoiding war absolutely is, then let's do it. I agree with that general tone. I just don't agree with how he wants to fight, his strategy here. I think it's a failed strategy. I think it's produced no results. And I think it's better to be focusing on leftist activism. You know, it's like, I don't know, he got burned during Occupy Wall Street or something. Like he dipped his toes in real protesting and then he's never going to do it again. I don't understand what Cenk's problem is, straight up. I really don't. Anyway, let's get to it.
Right now, to both Donald Trump and Netanyahu, to prevent them from dragging the American people into war with
Very
Iran.
sorry, Tisreal.
I introduced today with Thomas Massie a war powers resolution to stop
you're getting
war
invaded,
in
man.
Iran. That's why the Washington
It's real shit.
establishment is coming after me from both the left and the right. They don't like that I'm calling out Netanyahu. They don't like that I'm calling out Trump. They don't like that I'm calling out Ted Cruz for his comments about regime change. And they don't like that I'm calling out even Chuck Schumer, who's refusing to bring the War Powers resolution for a vote in the Senate. We need a vote in the Senate. We need a vote in the House. The American people are sick of these endless wars. I know you will have my back and the backs of the American people. Let's stop this war.
Right. So, yeah. No, I agree once again with Ro Khanna. This is bigger than, you know, we're talking about another goddamn Middle East war quagmire. Are you fucking with me? How many, you know, like we're over here with we got like burn mark scars on our hands from touching the stove. And we're looking at the stove. We're like licking our lips. I'm going to put my hands on that stove again. Oh, it's all glowing red. It looks delicious. I'm going to put my face on that stove. Like, we're really going to do this again? Come the fuck on. Please come the fuck on. If you thought CNN was worth a damn, you're wrong. And no one in this audience thinks that, so don't worry, you're good. But believe it or not, there are people that do. Look at this headline. New York Times pitch bot over here saying, I shit you not, people. Listen to this headline from CNN Politics. As Trump, let me get this, there we go.
Bitch.
As Trump shatters ethics norms with a Qatari jet and a $499 smartphone, experts lament Biden's failure to pass reforms. So he does it again.
Thank you, darling.
He does it again. How do they look? It's just, what does this point out if you don't know what the fuck we're all tripping about? The double standard. The standards are so low for Trump. It's unbelievable. So here's a headline about Trump. Historic shattering of corruption norms, grifting, selling cheap Chinese phones, right? Slapping on tariffs on all this shit. Then he has the audacity to, like, America first. We're talking about, we're doing America stuff. Make it in America. It's all about America. And then he's like, oh, by the way, buy this cheap Android phone made with Chinese parts, made in China. Make America great again. And they have to both sides it. They have to both sides it. You can't just, that's it. You can't leave it at that. No, Biden. Experts lament Biden's failure to pass reforms. Oh, if only Biden prevented Donald Trump from selling cell phones and working out a deal, taking a fucking $500 million bribe from Qatar. If only Joe Biden made that illegal, that would have stopped him. It's like, I have a lot of criticisms of Biden. I have a lot of criticisms of the neoliberals, Democrats, right? Joe Biden, I think he's a massive failure. But am I supposed to believe that Trump would have taken, if Joe Biden put a law on the books that said it's illegal for Donald Trump to take a jet from Qatar, that Donald Trump wouldn't executive order that fucking shit away? Oh, put a fucking big black Sharpie line on that one. Oh, executive order. Bloop. I can take jets from Qatar. Thank you very much. But CNN has to throw that shit in. Some expert, some quote unquote expert. Who's that? Fucking some jerk off with a degree from fucking Harvard or some shit. Moving on. Final story from Iran. Mehdi Hassan, man, this motherfucker, he's the magic man. Yeah, exactly, strategy. Well, just executive order. But no, Mehdi Hassan is the magic man, dude. He's the magic man. Mehdi Hassan, he's good at this. I think he's one of the best. He's one of our best debaters. Would be, okay, thank you, strategy. Living in paradise in the Netherlands. How about you look out your window and enjoy your beautiful view? It's disgusting. It's disgusting. It's disgusting how happy you are over there. I'm going to nuke your country because you're so fucking happy. I'm going to nuke it. Nuke in the Netherlands. I'm doing it. No, I'm just so jealous of how beautiful your country is. I need to visit so bad. I need to visit really bad the Netherlands. Get on a bicycle, and just go across that whole country. I'd rather not look outside the windows of the train station. Oh, your well-funded train station. I bet your station's clean too, huh? I bet it's not even covered in grime and graffiti, and you could get potentially sexually harassed in there, like in New York. Some disgusting cesspit, six fucking depths into the ground. You could feel the fucking earth surround you as you enter the rape dungeon of a New York subway tunnel. I bet it's all well funded and clean and bright and friendly and useful and affordable. It fucking makes me sick. Anyway, Piers Morgan You know, look, I don't want to give credit to fucking Piers Morgan, but he has not only allowed Mehdi Hassan to disagree with him, he has, because he's basically had no choice, because Israel has made it official policy of their ethnic cleansing campaign in the Gaza Strip. It's literally official government policy. So Piers Morgan has nowhere else to go. He either becomes a stone cold liar propagandist for Israel, or he still pretends he's some kind of enlightened centrist. So he wants to keep the grift going. He has no choice but basically to agree with Mehdi Hassan. At the same time, that shows more character, more strength of character than a Tucker Carlson, than a, you know, your average right winger. Let's not get twisted about Piers Morgan over here. The guy is a fucking mess. And yes, he's a right winger, but you have to give him credit that he's allowed Mehdi Hassan on there, and really, you know, he's basically recognized Mehdi Hassan's talent at being so eloquent, at being so informed, at being such a good fighter for common sense. He's been right the whole time, Mehdi Hassan. And here's Piers Morgan with enough testicle, and this is where I'm going to give him credit. Here's Piers Morgan with just enough testicle to admit that Mehdi Hassan has been right the whole time, and that he continues to be right when it comes to this whole situation with Israel, right? So begrudgingly, I give Piers Morgan credit for having the testicle to do that, because a lot of guys in his position, from his angle, they don't have the testicle. So that fucking matters. All right. The bar is fucking low. Okay. The bar is fucking low. So Piers Morgan, have me on your fucking stream. You big testicled, you son of a bitch. You can fucking me too me any day, baby. Piers. Makes me ill just saying that.
A question at the beginning. It was a great question. Put yourself in Israel's shoes. We should always have empathy for whoever it is, enemies, allies. Let me ask the question back to you. Put yourself in the shoes of an Iranian official sitting in Tehran today who looks at a map of the region and sees Israel with nukes, Russia with nukes, Pakistan with nukes, India with nukes, nuclear-armed America next door in Iraq. Wouldn't you want nuclear weapons? I'm against nukes.
Yeah, but if
put
you're the
yourself in that
regime,
person's
but
position.
Mehdi,
if you look at,
but Mehdi, you wouldn't dispute.
Would you not think it's rational
Well,
to have nukes?
my response would be this: you wouldn't dispute that Iran's tentacles have been fueling for a long period of time Hamas, the Houthis, Hezbollah, and I presume you wouldn't also dispute that the tactical attack on Hezbollah through the pages, 3,000 of them targeted in a very precise way, that has led to Hezbollah basically, has led to Hezbollah basically throwing the towel in and saying we're not going to get engaged in this war with Iran, which is a very significant moment in this whole war, I would argue.
So here's the thing. I don't mean to be controversial, and I don't necessarily fully agree with Piers, but people like Hassan, other folks on the left, they don't want to acknowledge that Iran has been up to all kinds of mischief. And this shit never worked. It never worked. The rockets never worked. The intimidation never worked, right? Your little terror cells never worked. And it was all like, you know, the fucking Ayatollah, the goddamn supreme leader. He thought he was slick, thought he was dangerous, thought he could fight, didn't want to work with the great Satan. And it's understandable. Look, you don't want to be fucking nice to us. You know, you don't want to fucking help the military-industrial complex and help Israel conquer the Palestinians. I get all that. But once again, we're talking about being counterproductive. That's all Hezbollah was. That's all Hamas has been, is counterproductive. You know, tools for these, you know, for these Western aligned interests to destroy the Arab world. Okay, you know, and Hezbollah and Hamas, they've been nothing but useful idiots. And you bet your bottom fucking dollar, Iran, the Iranian government, has been backing this shit up, supporting it, pushing it, thinking it was going to do something, thinking it was going to intimidate somebody. Now, look, the missiles, you know, plowing into Israeli hospitals is definitely making some Israelis, you know, think twice about, okay, you know, we can definitely be touched. But they're still fully on board for this. There's no sign of stopping. The funding is going to, the only question is there going to be American boots on the ground? There's no question of, is Iron Dome going to be funded at $300 million a day? So the Iranian government can't keep this up. They could never keep this up. I just need to acknowledge that Iran has not been friendly to themselves. They haven't played this right. They thought they had the cards. They didn't have the fucking cards, as dumb Trump says. Right? He speaks to the dum-dums like me. But they thought they were ballers. They thought they could they thought they could play. They thought they were, gaming in the fucking world economy. Geopolitics over here, waving a big dick around. And I actually support them going for a nuclear weapon, et cetera, going for nuclear power, not for a nuclear weapon, which is exactly what they're doing. They have no nuclear weapon program, as acknowledged by Trump's Tulsi Gabbard, by Trump's fucking intelligence agency. And that's, it's interesting, too, because that's maybe, did she say that because she's aligned with Russia? I wonder, is that why she said that? Anyway, I just wanted to point that out, that Iran has not been honest actors, innocent actors in this, and they haven't helped the debate at all. They've been total useful idiots in this whole thing. It hasn't helped anybody. Their little piddly rockets, your little piddly Hezbollah was completely, Piers is kind of exaggerating, right? But he is correct. They basically, the leadership, they've been decapitated, depowered. They've become pretty much irrelevant right now, outside of a few anomalous cases. Same thing with Hamas. Nobody's afraid of these fucking organizations. They're useful tools.
If your question is, has Israel degraded Iran's supports abroad, its proxies, 100%. That's
so strategy over here talking about, it's survival. It's survival. They have a right to defend themselves, and of course they do. So that's what I'm trying to say. It was really important that they made the right play. It was really super duper important that they made the right move, and they didn't. Their play was violence. Their play was intimidation. We're gonna out violence Bibi Netanyahu and Ben Gvir. We're gonna out violence the Israeli government. Out fear them, out intimidate the West and the fucking, we're dealing, because maybe they thought they were going to be dealing with Barack Obama's and fucking, the neoliberal Democrats for their, for the rest of their lives. They didn't know they were going to run into a savage, idiot, tyrant, fucking naked king, Donald Trump. Right? It's like, hey, go crazy, kill them all. What do I care? I don't care. Build a hotel there. I don't fucking care. Whatever. Just end it. I'll be the president of peace. I'll just, nuke everybody, and then I'll be the peace president. I'll get a peace prize. He's obsessed with getting the fucking peace prize. Anyway, so this whole idea that it's survival, I do agree. It's existential. Look what's going to happen. We might have a fucking ground invasion of Iran. Might have a complete the entire government decapitated, and there might be a fucking complete revolution, right? Who knows what direction it'll even fall in. The West will try to make it fascistic again. Even worse than the goddamn Ayatollah. So I do agree. It's existential. It's about survival. And they needed to play this right, make the right move. Stop meddling. Stop being little mischief makers like fucking, like Dennis the Menace out here with a little slingshot throwing rockets every once in a while. Funding and fueling Hamas, by the way. The Iranian government knew goddamn well what Hamas was up to. Okay? Sending them resources, et cetera, et cetera. Hamas thought Hezbollah had their fucking back. They thought it was going to be coordinated strike. They were working so closely. Right? So Iran, you're right. It's about survival, and they fucking played this wrong. They fucked it up. And now this is the price we pay for Iran falling right into the hands of Bibi Netanyahu and the rest.
War with Iran, which is a very significant moment in this whole war, I would argue.
If your question is, has Israel degraded Iran's supports abroad, its proxies, 100%. But that's irrelevant to the rightness or wrongness of this. I'm asking you to put yourself in the position of
but all those proxies want to kill
Iranian
Israelis,
government.
Right? So that's why I think that Israel has a right.
Let's not get... Well, as you've agreed, Israel's doing much of the killing right now. But let me just ask you this. Again, Ukraine gave up nukes, got invaded. Saddam Hussein gave up nukes, got invaded and executed. Gaddafi gave up chemical weapons, got invaded, raped and killed. Again, if you're the Iranians, are you not looking at this thinking, this means we need nukes? I would rather not give them an incentive to go get nuclear weapons. I'm anti-nuclear weapons for anyone. So I don't want Iran to have nukes. But the best way for Iran not to have nukes.
Yes, this is a great point, though, right? And it's often intentionally ignored by Western fucking gadflies like Piers.
Not to attack them, that makes countries want to have nukes more. It's just rational to go, oh, the countries who have nukes like North Korea, they don't get invaded. So why give them an incentive to get more nukes? Why not actually have a weapons of mass destruction free region? You know which country does have nukes in the Middle East? Israel, in violation of UN Security Council resolutions. You know which country doesn't allow IAEA inspectors into the country? Israel. You know which country hasn't signed the NPT, unlike Iran? Israel. We should talk about Israel's nuclear weapons, which actually incentivize others in the regions, not just Israel, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, to think about nuclear weapons of their own. I'd rather not have more nukes in the Middle East with anyone.
Yeah. Mehdi is so good at this, dude. Make sure you check out Zateo. Like and subscribe. Get on the Mehdi train. This guy, solid dude. Solid dude. Really got a smart head on his shoulder. I gotta say, really impressive. But also aggressive. You know, he's like he's what Dave Pakman is missing. And no offense to the Pac-Man, you're doing great. Your book's great. You're an amazing. You're smart. You're so smart. You're so sexy. But he's got this edge that the Pac-Man is missing, that we need more of, okay? And he's got the professionalism that makes boneheads like me look like a fucking clown, right? Which is how it should be. Because last time I checked, this is serious business, not Clown Town amateur hour. Fucking pothead tries to understand news bullshit, right? We need Mehdi Hassans. We need scholars.
Remains and nightmares become reality.
Israel, bitch. So I wanted to give everybody a recap of what happened, and I found this video. It's perfectly informative. It's a very serious video, so I want everybody to, you know, buckle down. We're going to see some pretty scary stuff here, but I think this is important. Like I said, this is a recap of what we've seen so far.
What the
Take that. Brutal. The Dio surge. Yeah. Hypersonics. Call the manager. Help. Yeah. Yeah. He said hell. Okay. I'm sorry. It's a very serious topic. I'm sorry I showed that. But this is so funny. The Eagles screech. Very funny. Very funny. The internet, you know, sometimes the internet delivers. Sometimes the internet really slam dunks it, and they did there. Thank you for that recap, that very serious geopolitical recap of the current situation in Israel and Iran. You know, one thing that I did want to show between this is kind of interesting that people don't really realize. How the hell is Israel going to invade Iran? Are you kidding me? Can the mainstream media show the map once in a while? Have you noticed that during coverage of this? They don't show the map. They don't show the map like this. How's this going to work? How are they going to get there? They got the entirety of Iraq in between them and Iran? Thank you, Strategy, for that correction. But does anyone watch mainstream media coverage of this? Has anyone noticed why No one's talked about this? How are they going to get there? Who's going to do that? Where are we going to land? Are we landing in Kuwait? Are we going to invade Kuwait again real quick? And then what? Or are we just going to use our bases in Iraq? Is that what we're going to do? Is that why we're trying to get the U.S. involved? Is that why we didn't leave? Our bases are still there in Iraq? Because we haven't technically left Iraq. Our bases are still there. These massive complexes that we fucking built, war on terror. So is that it? Are we going to do a big American buildup in Iraq and then invade Iran for Israel? Really? Is that what the fuck's going to happen here? How come mainstream media doesn't talk about this? Just put up the map, Fox News. Put up the fucking map for 5 seconds, Ted Cruz. This is Ted Cruz right now if you put up the map when he's trying to talk about this shit. Yeah, and then we need to invade. We got to do it. We got to do it for God. And I had an hallucination, and God said we need to do this. Show the map. So how are we doing this? Yeah, I want hundreds of thousands, millions of American treasure of American soldiers to build up on the border in Iraq and then do a multi-pronged invasion of Iran. Decapitation strike. Right. Right. And I want Donald Trump to run it. And I want Donald Trump to be the head of this. Commander-in-Chief. Yep. I'm so cucked. I'm so pathetic. My asshole is so gorged. Even Tucker Carlson gets a piece. So Ryan Grimm over here, I mean, I don't often agree with this guy too much, to be honest with you. I find him kind of bit of a capitulator. I don't know. He's too friendly to the fucking right wing. I don't know. Right. That's probably why he has more friends. He's probably a happier person than me, Ryan Grimm. But I don't know. Too fucking friendly to the right wing, Ryan Grimm. But he said it perfectly. Props to you, boy. Who is what? Are you paying Elon Musk for a fucking blue check? Are you paying Elon Musk for a blue check? You know what that's like, paying Elon Musk for a blue check? That's like taking Elon Musk's cum off the floor after he has spent it and then wiping it on yourself. Right? You weren't even part of the orgy, dude. Why are you putting a blue check next to your name? It's so embarrassing. Why is anybody who I'm supposed to take seriously giving Elon Musk $5 a fucking month? I know Ryan Grimm doesn't agree with Elon Musk. I know he criticizes. So why are you debasing yourself like this, Ryan Grimm? I'll never stop pointing this out. That means you give that motherfucker $5 a month for the honor of a blue check. Someone tell me it isn't one of the most shameful marks in American fucking history. You're not even part of the orgy, dude. But you slam dunked it with this one. Ryan Grimm over here. Israel is warning that it plans to bomb a nuclear reactor. Is there anybody at the wheel? Or are we letting this country just do whatever it wants, wherever it wants? They warned people at 5 a.m. to evacuate. They don't have internet. This is a picture of a tweet. It's a screenshot of a tweet. But I totally agree. This is cool now? Bombing a fucking nuclear reactor? We're just going to do that shit? We're just going to have a conversation about a goddamn... how many tons is that MOP? M-O-P? How many tons is that? 300 tons? 3,000 tons? We're just going to drop that shit on a nuclear fucking reactor? I agree with this sentiment, right? Is he pro-Russia? Is he paid by Russia? I don't know. We should look into it. What's up with the Hill, dude? What's up with the Hill? No friends of Ukraine, the Hill. I'll tell you what, pressing really hard on this. We're spending a lot of money on Ukraine bullshit. Just asking questions. I'm just asking questions about Ukraine. Boy, we sure are spending a lot of money. Yeah, I mean, the fighting against, Russia tyranny, that's all good and stuff. But, gosh, who's paying for this? Over at the Hill, your boy Leon, who's probably long gone. Leon, long gone. Sorry, Leon. No, it's okay. Leon's got a life. But your boy Leon dropped this off in the chat, and I did want to play it because I thought it was cool. Talking about war, got a big fucking hard-on for war. We've forgotten Iraq, forgot Afghanistan, forgot George Bush. Right? It's been long enough. We forget. Now it's really based. Dictator Trump, gonna bust it out, gonna bust a nut. Sorry, I'm incredibly graphic today. I'm sorry. Sorry, Ribbons. You don't deserve that. But this just goes back. It's a tale as old as time. So there's people who have been much, who've given us wisdom throughout time that have been right, will always be right. When it comes to stuff like war, because it's almost always unnecessary. The Nazis really ruined it with their cartoonish evil, because it's like, well, I mean, once in a while you got to bust some ass, but 90%. Wow, look at that, Jeremy Corbyn, that's cool. But like 90% of the time, 95% of the time, you don't need to engage in war. Right? You don't need to invade. It's really, that's the dirty truth. Look at Vietnam, look at Iraq, Afghanistan, Cuba, Venezuela, Syria, all the shit that Russia's gotten up to, Georgia, Crimea, what's going on in Africa, the coup belt. It's power. And in the case of the United States, case of George Bush, it's a bunch of jerking off. It's a bunch of weird racism and Christian bullshit and who knows what. But anyway, this is really good stuff. Thank you, Leon.
War is an easy thing to talk about. There are not many people of the generation that remember it. The right honourable gentleman served with distinction in the last war. I never killed anyone, but I wore uniform.
War never changes.
But I was in London in the Blitz in 1940, living in the Millbank Tower where I was born. Some different ideas have come in since. And every night I went down to the shelter in Thames House. Every morning I saw Dockland burning. 500 people were killed in Westminster one night by a landmine. It was terrifying. Aren't Arabs terrified? Aren't Iraqis terrified? Don't Arab and Iraqi women weep when their children die? Doesn't bombing strengthen their determination? What fools we are to live in a generation for which war is a computer game for our children and just an interesting little Channel 4 news item. Every member of Parliament tonight who votes for the government motion will be consciously and deliberately accepting the responsibility for the deaths of innocent people if the war begins, as I fear it will. Now, that's for their decision to take.
And they were.
But this is a quite unique debate in my parliamentary experience where we're asked to share responsibility for a decision we won't really be taking, with consequences for people who have no part to play in the brutality of the regime which we are dealing with. And I finish with this. On October the 24th, 1945, and the former Prime Minister from Bexley Old Sidcup will remember it, the United Nations Charter was passed. And the words of that charter etched into my mind and moved me, even as I think of them. We, the people of the United Nations, determined to save future generations, succeeding generations, from the scourge of war, which twice in our lifetime has caused untold suffering to mankind. That was the pledge of that generation to this generation, and it would be the greatest betrayal of all if we voted to abandon the Charter and take unilateral action and pretend we were doing it in the name of the international community. And I shall vote against the motion for the reasons that I've given them.
Amazing stuff. Good stuff. There's a real timelessness to defending human rights. You know what I mean? It's like really good animation. It's like, give me that shit from the 70s, man. I don't care how old it is. It looks damn good. Tony Bean, good stuff. So they did it anyway, I assume. I don't even know what the context is. I assume they did the wrong thing. Just assume that. Oh, very moving speech. Anyway, moving on. We're going to do it anyway. Just wanted to show you, little snippets, little clips, what's happening in Israel right now. And, and I just want to caveat, I'm going to just try to say this once. I don't think this is great. I don't chuckle. I don't laugh. I do acknowledge the dark, disgusting irony of Israeli buildings getting blown up. I mean, that's inescapable. And that's fair to have a discussion about how, blowback is real. Even if it's minor and temporary, you can push people far enough to, to do what they can to fight back. This was unprovoked. Israel started this, Iran, even with all its meddling with Hezbollah and Hamas, of course, they did toe a line when it came to pushing things too far. And of course, Hamas with October 7th, you could argue, is borderline. And, it's very easy to connect the dots. There's not direct one-to-one connection there. But there was an acknowledgement that these psychopaths, anti-democratic psychopaths, who are helpful tools of the Bibi Netanyahu government. Like, this is what I'm talking about. Like, the Ayatollah should have seen this shit. The Supreme Leader should have seen this shit and played his cards correctly and been like, these guys are kind of useful idiots for Bibi. Bibi's supporting them. Why, you're going to look at Bibi Netanyahu and him directly supporting Hamas and making speeches? Like, he's not paying attention. That's the problem. He's a fake. He's a poser, living it up. He's probably having like sex with all kinds of, doing all kinds of shit, right? He's probably, I'm a god. I'm an emperor of everything. That kind of shit. Grand Supreme Leader. People hang off my every word. I'm a fucking religious everything, right? So he's probably just living it up, dude. Barely paying attention to what's actually happening with the peasants and peons. Meanwhile, he's getting completely played by Bibi. And now he's caught off guard. He's caught with his pants down. The Supreme Leader, Iran. Because, now's the time to do it. If you're Bibi, if you're Ben-Gvir, now's the time to go. Trump's like, I don't care. I'm too ignorant. And I'm basically corrupt and completely compromised. The Sheldon Adelson, has me by the ear. I'm completely captured. Let's go. Wipe out Gaza. Build me a hotel. Fucking Riviera of the Middle East. He's down for it, dude. He's so down. So now's the time to do this shit. And Bibi understood that this was going to happen. It's calculated risk. He knew this was going to happen. He knew stuff was going to squeak through. Buildings were going to blow up. But he's like, that's fine. That'll help. That'll act as a catalyst. And that's exactly what we're seeing. I mean, honestly, I am no fan of Bibi, but the man has played the entire world masterfully, like Mozart. Like a mad genius. He really has. He's played his cards correctly here. Masterfully. There's no other way to put it. The man is a political genius. And he's still in this game, and he's brought the whole world with him. Is there any other character you could say on the global stage that's able to, pull the nations like Bibi does? It's fascinating. It's crazy. It's frightening. But the Supreme Leader did no favors. They really didn't. They're wildly incompetent. They didn't handle Bibi at all correctly. Wildly incompetent. They have a right to defend themselves. Of course, Israel started this, but they played their cards completely wrong the entire time. I'm not going to sit here. I'm not going to defend the fucking Israel, the Iranian theocracy. Amateur hour out there. Bibi's playing them like a fiddle. Because this will end. These missiles will stop. Iran cannot win this. Iran won't win this. Because like a population of 91 million is great, but if you don't have the fucking tools, if you don't have the weapons, if you don't have the army, if you don't have the organization, 91 million people don't mean jack squat. Okay? So it's like, yeah, they're able to put up the fight for now, but there's a fucking expiration date on this. No way Iran can keep this up for too long. No way. No, I don't believe that. They're too corrupt. They're too corrupt. They should have been putting every penny, right, into this, knowing it one day it was coming. But I guarantee you they've been siphoning off money, putting that shit in their pockets, getting fat, you know, the ones that are closest to the Ayatollah, right, the supreme leader, let alone the logistical aid to keep it up. That's what I'm saying, right? So they have a right to do this. But who are we fucking kidding here? You know? They almost, I saw the enforcer was like a screaming maniac on his live stream like yesterday. I think it was yesterday, talking about, oh, they got him. They got the supreme leader. They assassinated him because the Israel blew up a bunker that the supreme leader was in. But apparently he's still alive. Like that didn't, mainstream media didn't talk about. But Enforcer was like just screaming, dude. He was crazy for like 3 hours. I was listening because he was like, "It's happened. He's been assassinated. He's blown up." Like no, no. But they're trying. They're trying to get the supreme leader. He needs to like hide his location and be in bunkers and stuff. The supreme leader, yeah, because he's definitely a target. Israel absolutely wants to assassinate him. Randy Fine, who, we've talked about earlier, complete monster, disgusting nihilist, opportunist, careerist, disgusting sociopath. This is what he had to say. I want to congratulate Israel on its mostly peaceful bombing of Iran. So, here we are. We're doing it again. We're doing it again. Preemptive. Got to get over there before they hate us because they hate us. We got to get over there before they get us over here. We got to get them over there. It's just smart. It's just smart. We got it's called a preemptive strike. Yeah. So some called it an illegal invasion. We prefer to call it a preemptive strike. You see, sounds really surgical and tactical. Get in, get out, get the bad guys, because that's what we call them now. Remember, we're going to protect the homeland, because that's a new thing as well. Yeah, we're introducing homeland security because we're going to guard the homeland. It's all happening again, man. I'm losing my fucking mind. Can the simulation, can you give us, upgrade the CPU? I don't know what's happening with the simulation, dude. I feel like we're a Tamagotchi left in a drawer somewhere. You know what I mean? We're fucking spiraling out of control, and it's like, you got to hit the fucking food button, owner of the universe. You got to hit the toilet buttons, and so that we poop, so we get rid of the poop in our habitat, and we take a shower and you clean us, and you got to hit the food button. We're a fucking Tamagotchi left in a drawer, man. That's deep, bro. Iranians describe life under fire. Sorry, I probably should have meant to put, I think I meant to put this in my Iran section, but that's fine. It's related. Iranians describe life under fire. Officials say dozens of civilians have been killed, causing widespread anxiety amongst ordinary Iranians, as they recounted to RFE-RL's Radio Farda. So, make no mistake, Israel is pounding the fuck out of Iran. And I think there's Iranian government has a press restriction, I guess, because they don't want Israel to get locations of stuff, I guess, but honestly, Iran should let the press in and let people see what the hell's going on here, because these people they're getting terrorized. They're getting Gaza'd, they're getting a fucking taste of Gaza over there. We were being simulated by a sadist. It would be worse if a sadist if we were a Tamagotchi and a sadist was in charge. It would actually be worse. It'd be like a 24/7 Holocaust kind of thing. Jesus Christ, that baby. Oh my God. Oh, that lady's leg is bleeding. Oh, that's terrible.
صدای انفجار و صدای پدافند و صدای ریز پرنده ها.
Jesus. Donald Trump just nonchalantly, okay, empty out of your capital city. Leave Tehran. I'm not a terrorist, by the way, but if you don't leave your capital city, you're all gonna die. I'm actually the good guy. I'm the common sense good guy now. That's what we're supposed to believe. Donald Trump's the common sense good guy. Oh, by the way, empty out your capital city or else I'm going to murder you all. Because that's what's common sense nowadays. Welcome back to the George Bush administration. Did you miss it? You sure this is just him testing the code? See how he messed up? I mean, maybe. Donald Trump is a coward. And he could absolutely back out. No doubt about it. There are some very close people to him that say, go for it, go for it, go for it, right? Because a lot of people that are very close to Trump are very pro-Israel. The people that are connected to Jared Kushner, they want war big time with Iran. They want this more than anything. They've wanted this for decades. Pro-Bibi all the way. So he's surrounded by pro-Israeli people. But the one thing about Donald Trump is that he does have memories of the Iraq and Afghanistan war, and he really doesn't want to just do that again. There is a sense that he doesn't want to deal with the bullshit. If it was like, if he could just hit a button and, okay, blow him up, blow up the bad guys, okay, we're done. Because that's what he thinks he can do with the cartels in Mexico, right? So if he can just hit one little button and make the whole thing go away, I'm down. Okay, let's do that. I'll do that. Limited. But when he's confronted with the reality of an elongated obligation that he's going to have to defend and put a bunch of resources in, it's just going to be a complete mess, right? He's not interested in that. Donald Trump, straight up. Donald Trump is not interested in that. And props to him in a way. It's one of those things, like, he's right for the wrong reasons, but it's okay. It's okay if he wants to be right for the wrong reasons on this, right? But he's right for the wrong reasons. But all the same, he doesn't really have a stomach for foreign invasions. Certainly not like Dick Cheney does. You know, George Bush even was reluctant. No strategy, but he doesn't. Once again, it's from a self-serving POV. The reason why he doesn't want to do it. Right, because it was like he saw George Bush. It was like it was impossible to defend. It got worse and worse and worse. It cost a shitload of money. American soldiers were dying daily. It was just a massive quagmire and an embarrassment. Right, so it's for self-serving reasons. Yeah, he doesn't give a rip and flip about a dead soldier. He doesn't care, but he thinks they're suckers. So this is interesting comments from Yoav Gallant, who used to be a bigwig in the Israeli government, and now that he's no longer in power, now he's got fucking opinions. Now he can criticize when it's safe and easy, and there's no ramifications and there's no consequences. He's now feeling safe to criticize. So, this is where we're at. Bars low.
ראש הממשלה יצא למבצע הזה בלי התחייבות אמריקנית שהיא תצטרף לתקיפה?
אני לא רוצה להביע הערכות, אני רק אומר לך דבר אחד פשוט. אני עוקב אחרי האמריקאים. יש 6 מפציצי B2, שכל אחד יכול לסחוב 2 פצצות של...
30,000. That was the weight of those MOPs, those MOPs, those massive bunker busters that could actually penetrate deep enough to maybe hit a nuclear reactor buried deep in a fucking mountain, which is a great idea, guys. That'll be good for Israel. Surely nothing will. What could go wrong?
30,000 פאונד, 14 טון, שנמצאים בדייגו גרסיה בטווח של 5 עד 7 שעות לתקיפה בכל מקום. הם לא שמו אותם שם סתם. ולכן יגיע הרגע וישתמשו, התפקיד של ממשלת ישראל זה להביא את אמריקה. זה תפקידו של ראש הממשלה, של שר הביטחון, והם צריכים לדאוג לכך שהאמריקאים גם ישתתפו בהתקפה, גם יסייעו במלוא העוצמה בהגנה, וכמובן הקרנת כוח, הספקה וכן הלאה.
Right. Fence rider, basically. Moving on. More pretty wild missile footage here. Clear footage of the direct impact of an Iranian ballistic near the Ministry of Interior near Haifa. These are quite frightening, I gotta say. Really are something. And the clear video that we're getting from it really is like just next level stuff. Yeah, no problem, strategy, whatever. Well, it's because, you know. Ooh, I mean, that's nasty as fuck, dude. Ooh, I mean, that is nasty as fuck. And it's crazy too how you can see it coming down. It's twice, it's like 4 times as fast as everything else that's flying around up there too. That's pretty wild. It's just like, boom, it's like a laser beam. Oof. Yeah. So, did you guys know that there's racial discrimination in Israel?
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
No, it's true. It's true, though.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
But there's a little racial discrimination sometimes in Israel. I'm just
Cool
trying
it with
to...
the anti-Semitic remarks.
Okay. Let's do a hypothetical. What if there was some racial discrimination in Israel?
Cool it with the...
Oh. So no, this has actually happened before in the past. But Israelis are kicking out people who are not real Israel, right? So any like a Palestinian, a nationalist of some kind, foreigners. So some people from Thailand, I think, were kicked out of a bomb shelter. There's not enough room. You got to get out of there. You got to get out of here. You got to leave room for the real Israelis. And of course, they're just making, what are you? What's your ethnicity? Were you born here? Were you born here? Oh, you're brown and weird. Get out of here. Oh, yeah, you can clean my dishes and mop my floors, but you don't get the bomb shelter. Not for you. So I'm sorry to
cool it with the anti-Semitic.
I'm sorry that you would think that, Jason Bateman. But it's actually happening.
Videos like this are going around on social media, apparently showing foreigners like this Ukrainian woman being turned away from bomb shelters in Israel.
Мы стучали в дверь, они вышли, сказали, мы не обязаны вас пускать. И сказали, у нас нету места.
We don't have to let you in. We don't have the space. Imagine telling this beautiful, gorgeous woman who's terrified of getting a fucking hypersonic missile to the face. Oh, we don't have enough room for you. Get out of here. What kind of hatred you need to be for this classy specimen to say no? Okay, sorry. I intentionally pushed it too far. But no, I mean, that's really disgusting, right? This woman here, she deserves to feel safe. It's ridiculous.
These ones claim Thai workers were denied entry to bomb shelters due to...
Oh, you look Asian. Get out of here. You're not real Israeli. You're Asian and stuff.
Cool it.
Quote-unquote limited space, or alleged discriminatory practices, forced to take cover under trucks or in open fields.
I mean, it looks silly from a outside person perspective, but these people are terrified. I mean, think about it. You see these things flying overhead. You can hear them shooting by. It'd be ridiculous to target a farm. But there's also, the 1% chance that one of these things fail you know, or one of these things gets shot down and hits you right in your location. It happened to that farmer in Poland. Remember that? The one in a million. It was like a missile that was shot down by Ukraine, and it like slammed right into the farm. It was totally wild.
นี่นะครับโอ้โหขอดูตัวหน่อยสิหลบระเบิดฝั่งนู้นก็ใช่นะครับโอ้โหหลบกันใหญ่เลยฝั่งนี้ก็หลบกันใหญ่เลยนะครับ
Like always on social media, there are people disputing their content. But what these videos show has long been a reality for the nearly 2 million Palestinian citizens of Israel.
ومن ناحية ثانية حتى على مستوى التأمين ومستوى الحماية من جهة ملاجئ عامة وحتى في البيوت حيث في القرى الفلسطينية والسكان الفلسطينيين تقريبا لا توجد ملاجئ عامة في حال وجد يكون واحد في كل البلد بينما في البلدات اليهودية توجد ملجأ على الأقل في كل حي ويوجد لاجئ في البيوت بينما لدى الفلسطينيين هذا الأمر لا يوجد. الدفاعات الجوية كانت القوة الحديدية أو حيث تدافع عن البلدات اليهودية فوق القرى العربية تسقط الشظايا عليها وفي كثير من الأحيان نرى معظم الصواريخ تسقط في القرى العربية دون تصدي من منظومات الدفاع الجوي الإسرائيلي.
According to a 2018 report by Israel's own state comptroller, nearly half of Palestinian citizens in the so-called Arab sector live in buildings without protective spaces, compared with just 26% of Israel's overall population. Out of 71 areas, the report found there were no public.
I mean, in America, you know, they'll put a sewage treatment center next to a black neighborhood, right? They'll, you know, they'll install all that gross shit next to black neighborhoods, which is really, you know, inherently racist, like right down to like a city planning level, you know, it's inherently racist. But if the missiles were in the air, you know what I mean? The U.S. military would defend Compton. You know, like we wouldn't be like, oh, let the missiles drop onto Compton. That's okay. I mean, I guess they might make that decision if it was like a Dr. Strangelove situation. But you know what I mean? Like, Compton could probably depend on the U.S. military to try to shoot down any kind of missiles that would come in to blow it up, right? Oh, missiles incoming. Whoa, missiles incoming. Oh, my God. Missiles incoming, guys. Oh, my God. Oh. Where are they targeting? Compton, L.A. Oh, okay. Well, they're on their own. Good luck. We're good. We don't have to shoot it down. No, you're good. Just let it cruise in. Yep. Not my problem.
Public bomb shelters in 60.
You're on your
Only
own,
11 had
gangbangers.
state-provided shelters, and 3 had just one for the entire population. For instance, in the Arab-majority town of Tamra, where 4 people were killed in a missile strike on Saturday, there are no public bomb shelters, while only 40% of residents have access to private safe rooms that give little protection.
For a village of 40,000 people, there isn't a single public bomb shelter. And people here say it's because this is an Arab-Israeli
Thanks for sticking out as long
This
as you
discrimination
can. Thank
against
you.
Palestinians is systematic and
It'll be
more or
quiet
less
without
enshrined
you,
in
so thank you.
legislation. With the 2018 nation-state law declaring Israel quote-unquote a nation-state of the Jewish people. No one else.
Oh, God.
Critics have long condemned these
D-Live.
Israeli actions as institutionalized apartheid, where
No.
Israelis and Palestinians live different realities and only one is seen worthy of protection.
No. I don't really appreciate those comments because for freedom. I don't really think an eye for an eye is great. I don't think that makes the left look very good to advocate. And you know what? It's going to make us look like a bunch of wieners when Israel successfully, depletes the Iranian military's missile supply. They can't resupply. It's not stopping them. It's helping them. See, that's the thing is that you knuckleheads don't understand. Is that this helps Bibi Netanyahu. Every exploded Israeli building helps Bibi Netanyahu achieve his disgusting aims. You don't get it. Even Russia told Iran, you're on your own. Even Russia said that. We're too tied up in Ukraine. I agree. No, I agree. I don't think this is justified at all. There's no Iranian nuclear program. I totally agree. But what you're saying is that, this response is going to cause Israel to stop or to think twice And what I'm pointing out is that Bibi Netanyahu knew this was coming, and he's going to be able to successfully turn this into a campaign against Iran. It's already happening. The manufactured consent machine is already churning. Okay, now we're moving on to JFK, huh? Okay, I see it's a waste of time to have a discussion with you. I'm going to keep my show moving. Thank you so much for your time. Have a good day over there at DLive. Surreal scenes in Lebanon as partygoers capture Iranian ballistic missiles flying towards Israel. So these scenes truly are surreal, frightening stuff. You know, really quite, I mean, there's really no other way to put it. Stuff you'd see in like a weird movie. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I mean, because for freedom, they're getting their clock clean. Not really. Not really. And it's all going to be over soon. Without Russia's assistance, the Iranian military can't keep this up for too long. Israel is smoking, is absolutely they have complete control over the skies. Israel has complete control over Iranian skies right now. They can hit any target at any time, and they are obliterating missile launchers by the fucking minute. Iran can't keep it up without the support of Russia, without the support of some other nation feeding Iran. Iran can't keep this up for more than a few weeks. So, you know, all the gloating and celebrating, it's going to make you look like a fucking fool. Israel has nothing. Israel has the entire Western world to pump it full of money and rockets. That's exactly what they're doing. Israel has countries that's going to pump it full of weapons and money. Okay, you're a waste of my time. Goodbye. I mean, you can stick around because I'm desperate for anybody to be here and have views because I'm kicked off Twitch for the next couple days. Those motherfuckers gonna make me do the whole fucking sentence. I got a 30-day, and those motherfuckers gonna make me pay for the whole fucking 30. I said I'm sorry. So I gotta sludge it out with the fucking weirdos on DLive and Kick. What a waste of my fucking time. But you know what? I do this shit because I mean it. If no one watches, I'm still doing the right thing. I'm going to finish the show. Let's fucking go. Moment of impact. Iranian missile slams into a settlement in Bnei Brak, just east of Tel Aviv. I do need to point out that there is an irony for settlers who cheer and chant and scream and laugh and think it's really, really funny when a Palestinian this happens to them, right? So I do need to point that out, that there is an irony here that settlers are getting bombed when all settlers want to do is completely obliterate Palestinians. So there is an irony here.
Wow.
Wow. Scary stuff. Did someone open up a fucking beer? What the fuck? So you got women screaming. They're incredibly scared. Who opened up a beer? Did you hear that? Who cracked a coldie? Uh-oh, I got kicked. I got kicked. I did too, didn't I? No? Oh, Kick's still here. DLive's still here. Oh, okay. It's just Restream. It's just Restream. Oh man, it's okay. Come on, Restream. Be nice to me, baby. All right, I think we're back. All right, this video might be too spicy. This is making me itchy. Sorry. I don't think this is funny at all. But I do think it's weird someone opens up a can of soda or something in the middle of right after getting bombed. I don't know, the guy was thirsty, I guess. I don't know. Weird. This bizarre video is IDF soldiers celebrating a birthday in a West Bank home. So, you know, we've seen the IDF increase its aggressive activity inside the West Bank, you know, the apartheid state. So here they are. They've invaded a home, they've kicked out the residents, and now they are celebrating a birthday inside a Palestinian person's home. This is, you know, totally legal, you know. This is what conquerors do all the time, you know. It used to, a couple hundred years ago, this was a pretty common sight. But I guess we thought we were better than this, but here we are. Once again, boy, this guy's having a great fucking time. All right. To the victor go the spoils. So Israeli society has turned the horrific bombing of a Iranian news station into a funny meme. They're now doing a funny meme. They think it's really funny to make fun of incredibly terrified Arab people. Right. This is really funny. Right. We put a towel on our head. Right. Right. Funny stuff, guys. Wow. Yeah, it's funny when we bomb people. It's really cute. Yeah. I mean, you know, to see this and be like, let's make funny jokes, haha, real cute. You know, it says a lot about your morality. Where you can see a video like this and it's like, let me do a TikTok. Haha, funny stuff. Wow, this woman was terrified the building might collapse all around her. Haha. Funny stuff. People did die in this strike, by the way. I think it was 5, maybe 3 or 5, something like that. Did die. Funny stuff. No, that's funny. Dress up like an Arab person. That's cool. That's cool.
כן, ילדים עזתים, הם, אתה יודע, בסוף הם לא החמאס. הם ילדים עזתים מסכנים שהורסו לה את הבית, שצה"ל, הצבא כיבוש.
It's a big funny joke. Funny stuff. Real comedians over there in Israel, you know. Maybe because they're Jewish. Oh, he did it. Oh,
with the anti-Semitic remarks.
He did an anti-Semitism. Oh, poor thing. See, that poor girl was injured. She's lucky to be alive. On to the next video here. Iran has launched another missile attack against Israel, causing extensive damage across the country and striking Israel's primary hospital in the south. So this video has been making the rounds quite a bit. Pretty devastating attack. And yeah, there is a weird irony to see an Israeli hospital getting attacked by a missile. You know, the stats are pretty wild. Israel bombed hospitals in Gaza over 600 times. Over 600 times, which is, it's almost hard to believe. But it's true. And the number goes up. They're not done.
טירוף מוחלט.
Frightening stuff. Yeah, and you know, once again, I pointed this out. I pointed this out last weekend, but Israeli society hasn't seen this kind of stuff for decades. This kind of real ordnance, real missiles blasting in, blowing up, doing a lot of damage. You know, not to say that the Hamas rockets and Hezbollah rockets are not frightening, because they absolutely are, but almost every time they would kill nobody and barely damage anything. But every once in a while they would have like a direct hit on a car or somebody's window, you know, someone's apartment window, et cetera, et cetera. But most of the time they just, you know, they were really, you know, not as effective as they could have been. These are incredibly effective weapons that can bring down, you know, half a building. So Israel really hasn't dealt with this kind of shit yet. There's a lot of people who have, you know, born and raised in Israel, have never seen any kind of rockets like this before. It's brand new to them. Bibi Netanyahu out there, you know, big pro-war. He's been wanting this war with Iran from the beginning, so he's happy to once again propagandize. There's really nothing we can do about the lies, the constant lies that he spreads. Once again, I do think he's one of the most skilled geopolitical manipulators in the game right now. I mean, the guy is he has the whole world on a string. So here he is doing the dirty work.
They're targeting a hospital. In this hospital, there are patients who are immobile. They can
He, you know, it's amazing how guys like him can just, you know, all the hypocrisy, right? Because he, like, literally over 600 times, he looked at a hospital, targeted it, you know, does it without a lick of irony. He says these kind of things, right? And this is why he's the best.
Can't even move. Right next to it is a children's ward, a baby's ward, infants. They targeted.
Fox News alert app. There you saw it moments ago. The Prime Minister Netanyahu visiting the site of a bombed-out hospital, warning Iran's supreme leader, "You cannot continue to exist." Wow.
Wow, that sounds a little genocidal. Wow. Going to continue with that narrative, though. Thanks for the paycheck. Pointed this out earlier when there were people on the stream. But, you know, look, I pointed this out when Scott Galloway was, you know, when he was pointing out to the world that, hey, Elon Musk is actually bad and we shouldn't support this. And it was obviously a Sieg Heil. And there's incredibly bad economic, there's an incredibly bad economic situation for poor people, and people can't afford a house. And, you know, young men feel, you know, like there's this whole group of young men who agree with Elon Musk that, you know, that they don't feel represented in America, and et cetera, et cetera. So, you know, there's some things that, you know, he says that, you know, it makes a lot of sense. Hey, that's common sense stuff. I can agree with that. But I reminded people that Scott Galloway is a rich guy who has rich guy opinions. And I pointed out that, hey, the last time I saw Scott Galloway, when we were covering him before he did this little thing a couple months ago, right? He started doing this a couple months ago, going around on MSNBC and a bunch of other news channels and doing interviews about how this is fascism. We should call it fascism, right? But I was like, hey, you know, this is good stuff. I like to hear it. But does anyone remember Scott Galloway doing a TED Talk about how we need to eliminate Social Security, about how that's going to be better for society? So here he is selling the Iran war. Is this the good war? So he's super pro Israel. You know, did a good job hiding that. I didn't even know that. I thought he was critical of Israel and Gaza. But here he is making the argument that because, you know, Iran, like I pointed out before, Iran is meddling in the Middle East, thinking that their strategy of Hezbollah and Hamas, and that was somehow going to give them geopolitical power. Because of that meddling, they're a menace and they deserve to be overthrown. So is this good? Is this just? Even if the people of Iran don't want it, this will be good to rid this whole worry about nuclear weapons for Iran. So we're just going to agree with a lie, right? Maybe in this video, Scott Galloway admits that Iran doesn't have a nuclear weapons program, but he probably does the whole, well, but they could. They'll enrich it for nuclear power, but that just puts them even closer to the ability to enrich for nuclear weapons, which apparently, according to the experts, is not true. It's just a fabrication, but that doesn't really matter. So he's basically agreeing with the right-wing framing, agreeing with the right-wing fear-mongering, and trying to make this argument to sell the Iran war. And it's like, we're right back to it, man. Right back to it. I can't believe we're right back in the middle fucking East. We're having a debate about the just war, the virtuous of effort. It's a total joke. So here is proof right here. I don't know if this is Gaza or Iran, but this, you can find these all over the place when Israel does its dirty work. So here's a little bit of U.S. ordnance right here. Is this the highest quality? And we can get a little higher here.
USA.
So
USA.
all those buildings dropped, right? Good majority of it. Now, other European countries contribute weapons, of course, and they're used in the genocide. But a good majority of them are U.S. weapons. And they got our name on it. At least they don't put the flag on it. Maybe they do, and that was blown off. But there you go. Good stuff, huh? Do you feel proud to be an American?
This is kill people, kill children.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Your tax dollars at work. Your tax dollars at work. Is this a member of Hamas? Children. Right? Does this guy look like he wants to join? Oh, look at the fucking, look at him. Does he really look like a guy that wants death, river to the sea, death to Israel, really? Right? This guy looks like he wants to bake me a croissant, and watch a Netflix movie with me. Right? He's a dreamy little honey bun. He's delicious. Look at him. He's a cutie. I don't know. But no, he's no, like this whole, the dehumanization has become such a problem that, people, they, all across the world now, they watch videos like that and they just kind of have a knee-jerk reaction. It's like, oh, well, they had it coming. They had it coming. They had it coming. You want to watch a little bit of pro-Israeli propaganda? Check this out. This is the kind of stuff that they put out to the public. This is what they think the public will, this is what they think will make them look good in the eyes of the public. Israel. This video. So this is an Israeli prison, and this is them dealing with a Palestinian prisoner. Wow. So was the whole get up? Was that necessary? Was the whole get up necessary? Right? These people, he doesn't even have shoes on, sleeping on the floor, curled up in a ball. They throw a flashbang. They're all dressed up, running up on him. What? And they put this out to the public. They go, yo, this is going to make us look badass. It's going to make us look badass, bro. Bro holding a fucking spaz shotgun, some kind of shit, could blow his fucking brains out right there. No one would give a shit. Look at that shit. Ties him up. What was their crime? What did they do? According to the video title here, Palestinian prisoners express some joy at Israel getting a taste of their own medicine. And of course, Israel can't have that. So what did they hear some missiles and then they cheered or something? I don't even know. The IDF posted this themselves as though it was some kind of flex. This is their elite Masada unit. This is an elite unit. This is supposed to be elite. Hut. You got you got, I'm sorry, you got people in a fucking cage, Oh, we got him. Elite. Get him. Black Hawk down. Black Hawk down. Get up there. Get up there. Yeah, okay. Can I put my shoes on or no? Okay. Zip ties? All right. Don't have handcuffs? Okay. All right, folks. I might as well work on some other personal projects. I did the best I could to cover today's news. I'm glad I did the headline section first because we covered the most important parts. Oh, man. I tell you, being banned off Twitch, it's been rough. I used to be, on Twitch, I was able to sustain, hours, 5, 6, 7 hours, 30, 40 viewers. And, the thing about Twitch is that because there's so many people coming through, the number would grow over time. So you actually get rewarded for having like a super long stream, right? They see that, oh, this guy's been streaming for 10 hours. Oh, that's cool. Right? They tune in. But that doesn't happen on Kick. It doesn't happen on DLive. One, because the algorithm favors right-wing content. But two, because there's just less people coming through. So want to give a big props to strategy member, Simply Steve, anybody else that stopped by. Thank you. Big props to everybody that contributed in the Discord. Thank you for your help. Hopefully by next week, it really should be by next week, I should be unbanned off Twitch and we can get more hopping streams here and have some more fun. I always have fun doing this, but I've spent 5 hours doing a stream. That's long enough. I got to work on other stuff. Might as well. I got more news to cover. I could stream all night, but there's really no point in me continuing without any kind of feedback whatsoever. 5 hours is enough. As long as I get a couple hours in, even if it's to nobody, right? I've done my job. It's not enough, though, of course. It's never enough. We must keep fighting. We must never forget why we're here. To create political change. We must go to the big list of protests right here. The Blop. Check out the Blop, folks. I know I'm saying this to nobody. Oh, thank you, Ribbons. Thank you for lurking. I do appreciate it. It's all good. We'll be back. We'll be back strong next week. But don't let me bore you. Don't let me take up the rest of your day. You got more important things to do than my shit. You're better than me. You are. Good person. But let's check out the Blop. Let's not forget it's the 3-step program. Step 1, we inform ourselves. Step 2, we show up, sign up. Step 3, put in the work, like Charlie Kirk. Big props to fucking Ribbons, strategy member, Simply Steve, everybody else that supports the News Underground. We'll get this stream right back on its wheels next week once the ban is over. I'm going to try to work on the stream a little bit before that I'm back stream. So look forward to that. I'll try to add some stuff, try to spice it up a bit maybe. We'll see. Thank you for being here. Fucking Ribbons. Big props to you. Thank you so much. Why did I push that button? Thanks again, everybody. Have a good one. Have a good weekend. HP shouted.
down. The nigga did it. I ain't talking shit. Mix the shit together, though. Wait there a bit. I'm a player from the city streets and I don't give a. Let me tell you, nigga. Even pull the trigger. Popping your fucking